just happened? I can't fucking control it. Let's see what's going on with all this Mercury retrograde. It seems to be almost impossible to operate any of these devices. Okay, no problem. We've lived through all of this before. Okay, nothing's working. Oh, classic. Absolute classic. Okay. Okay, so that's not working. Okay. Give me a second, folks. I don't know if you can hear me or if you can see any of this, but the whole fucking thing, excuse me. Try and close that down. Nope. Alright, so let me try this again. Okay. Let me go over here, hold on. Alright, so some tech stuff going on here. Let me, what can I tell you, folks? It's Mercury retrograde. Within 2 seconds of starting the show, we had lots of tech crashes. But I'm rebooting as we go along, so please bear with me. Thank you very much. It's nothing unusual. We've been going for 4 or 5 minutes already, and absolutely nothing has worked. Okay, let me try this over here. Okay, let's have a look. Hopefully we should be able to see the Lumination website. Okay, and it's jamming up. No, it's some kind of CRAPPY interaction going on. Hello, Selena. Greetings. Thank you for dropping by. There's something very strange going on here. Hi, Selena. This is by donation. So let me just check in with you. Oh, hold on. I see you. Hello, Selena. This is Lumination. Thank you for dropping in. This is a little mini reading thing we do now and again live on Sunday nights over here on Pacific Western Time. It's early evening in Las Vegas. Thank you, Celine. The way most people donate is through PayPal, and you can do it like this. Let me show you. You can go to terralumination.com and you can find the donate page, and you click the button there and it opens up the payment processor, sort of like they do with Super Chat. Another way you can go is like this. If you have your own PayPal account already, you can just send money directly to a little bookabout at yahoo.com. A little bookabout yahoo.com. I know I should probably make a much fancier notification there. And so right now, the other thing you can do is just use good old-fashioned super chat. It's expensive that way, but it's still, some of it still gets here. There's a super chat button just underneath where you type. Hello, happy-go-lucky. Greetings, thanks for dropping by. Where if you type in, you'll see there's a little gray box with a $sign in it. If you click that $sign, that will open up a super chat processor on your computer, and you can swipe a card that way. That's another way to do it. So if you do things through the PayPal, the donation, or directly by email, then the full amount, like if you put in $10, the whole $10 arrives here directly. If you do the super chat, it goes through the YouTube system, and they take about 30%. So yeah. So okay, and what I'm going to do, since I'm going to go back now that things seem to be operating sort of okay, I'm going to go back and do the astrodoodle for the evening. So bear with me. I'm going to put on a little bit of music while we play around here. See if that'll come up here for us. No, it's not working. Okay. Something is really out of whack. Okay. Okay, I'm going to try another tune here. Nope, that's not working either. Okay, so no, okay, so I don't know, there's a lot of screw-ups going on, technical gaffes that I can't explain. Give me a second here. Alright, hold on, let's have a look. Now, here we go. Alright, just give me one more little moment here. Alright, let's get on with this now. Alright, so, hey Jeffrey. Oh, I didn't see I'm only just seeing the chat now. Hi Jeffrey, yeah, of course, you got it right here. Thank you very much. Let's put up a very expensive post-it note for Jeff. Thank you, Jeff, for buying your very own post-it note. Yes, all is well as can be, considering. Put a question mark there. I'll put this over here for you, just for thrills. Now, Jeffrey has already set an example. Jeffrey actually just used the super chat function. It's great, it's simple, it's direct. You press the little button. It's a little tiny button on your screen where you press just below where you type, and then it comes up with a little payment processor. Some people, you can do your PayPal. For some people, if you want to donate, you can go over here to the Terra Lumination website, terralumination.com. Just find the donate page and there you go. Okay? So, good evening, people. It is Sunday evening here, Pacific Standard Time in sunny, hot Las Vegas. Thanks for dropping by. I was talking to Selena B earlier. Sorry, this is a donations show. So, yeah, there's one way or another. Okay? Happy-go-lucky, you noticed something. That's a very sharp observation. That red marker is much meaner this time. And then there's two of them. Uh-oh. I'll get to that in just a minute. I just want to hang out for a few moments and check in just now that we're actually functioning. It seems like the live stream is flowing okay, and we are live. There's a couple people around. Let's have a look. Yeah, just a very, very few of us. These days, the algo it does what it does, so we get by here in any way that we can. We'll do what we can while we can. Alright, so this might be a very short evening, I don't know. So for those who are watching, it might be, for example, if you're watching but you're not logged in, or you've never been here before, you've never hung around in the chats with Terra Lumination and the Terra Lumination gang, it's okay. Don't be scared. We're good people. We are loving. We are loved. And we do what we can to get by. So this is the Terra Lumination Astrodoodle for today. This is for the whole of planet Earth. This is Earth here. Hello, Ivona. I see you. How are your furry little friends? I just noticed something. I was doing a chore earlier on the channel, and I noticed a little picture of a little kitten from you. It's a little black and white tuxedo kitten. And I can't remember how long ago that was or what the name is, but it's a little picture that you sent me. How is the little kitten doing now? Is it a cat? Anyway, so yeah, happy-go-lucky, you are right. This is a big fat red line. This is a big fat red line. These red lines on my astrodoodles represent stress factors. In this case, they're very extreme, and they're going to amplify in terms of extremity as we go through the next 4 months or so. So I'm just giving you some heads up. Some of these move very quickly. Some of them will be around for much of the rest of this year. Right now, we have Pluto is retrograde, Saturn is retrograde, Mercury is retrograde. Okay? That's 3 retrogrades. Towards the end of June, we're going to have more retrogrades. Look at Jupiter over here. Look at Neptune over here. There's Jupiter. There's Neptune. So, what does this tell me? How do I see this? Well, I see it as a theme that's been going on for a long time, and it's going to be with us for a while. Mostly it's to do with fraud, lies, deception, betrayal, theft by design, theft by omission of truth, theft and failures and losses through the systems that appear to be, let's say, for your benefit, which are in fact just the opposite. I'm talking about here, of course, with the global financial system. There is a tremendous amount of fracturing in the global financial system right now. It is being tested to the extreme. Saturn in Aquarius is demanding that universal laws, universal energy is respected regarding the people, regarding humankind. Okay? What's best for the people. Anything that is out of alignment with universal law for the people will be outed and tested. Anything that is being exploited by perverts and leaders and, let's say, oligarchs, all these fancy words for, let's call them the elites, they're doing everything they can to manipulate this so that it works for them at the expense of the common person. Okay? And a lot of the warfare is happening subversively through the global financial system. I'd love to talk about this more, but the chances are my channel will get shut down even farther. Melissa! Hey! Good evening and welcome. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Ivona. The kittens are over a year old now. Their mom is 2. Imagine being a mother at 2. How cute. Children having children. Okay, Melissa, hi. Thank you, Melissa. There you go. So, viewers, if you've never done this before and you want to jump in, help yourself, it's simple. You put money in the pot, you buy a very expensive post-it note, and I put your name on it, and then you get a little mini reading live in front of everybody else. Ha ha ha. Sometimes these readings, when they are done live, they seem to have a spillover effect on other viewers. That's not uncommon. So, on a global scale, we have tremendous fracturing and disruption in the global financial system. Okay? Uranus, the planet of disruption, dislocation, awakening, shaking things up in order to wake up, is in Taurus. Uranus in Taurus. Okay? Uranus is trying, basically, it's not trying, it is shaking up the Taurian energy of stability, structure, safety, security, comfort, wealth, all the things to do with money and banking. Okay? Uranus in Taurus is also shaking up planet Earth. Taurus is very much to do with planet Earth. Things like oil and gas, gold and silver, timber, commodities, orange juice, rice, soy, wheat, corn. Did I say oil and gas? Electricity, water. All these things that are, fundamental commodities that we consume at astronomical rates here in the so-called developed countries. They are all being shaken up and destabilized and being exposed in their fragilities. It's like cracks are appeaing everywhere. There was an amazing bridge recently crossing the Mississippi River over here. I think Love Triber pointed that out to me. There was a bridge just around here. It joins, I think it's Louisiana to Texas. It's a massive, massive bridge. It crosses the Mississippi River. This is the Mississippi River here. Sorry, this is the Mississippi River here. And it was crossing the Mississippi. And right in the middle of the bridge are these massive cracks. These huge cracks. Obviously, if there's one crack in the bridge, there's hundreds, if not thousands of cracks in the bridge. So they had to shut the whole bridge down. So another thing that is under tremendous global pressure is the global, what they call now the supply chain. That means anything and everything. Airplanes taking flowers from the Netherlands to America. Anything taking oil tankers from the Middle East through the Suez Canal. Anything from airplanes. Okay, the other big scary things that are going on are like sabotage of the global protein, meat chicken, pork, turkey, beef, industrial protein providers. They are under incredible stress right now. The internet is under incredible stress. The oil and gas pipelines over here were sabotaged recently. It's going on and on and on, okay? It's not going to stop anytime soon. In fact, it's going to get worse. China is going through massive environmental catastrophic events. Europe is in a state of riot. Everywhere in Europe, they are protesting against the what's that expression? The beer flu thing. You're not seeing any of this reported here in the United States because they don't want you to know. So I don't want to sound like a conspiracy theorist, because I'm not a conspiracy theorist. I go from facts, I go from information, I go from truth, knowledge, wisdom, okay? And I get my information outside of the so-called mainstream, okay? So I am telling the stories here with profound and simple confidence, okay? Thank you, happy-go-lucky. One of the most, in fact, if not the most important commodity, water, okay? For example, here we are in sunny Las Vegas, okay? There's no more water here. Lake Mead, all the water, 90% of the water for Las Vegas comes from the Colorado River over here. It fills up with Lake Mead, and then they suck it out of Lake Mead and pump it into Nevada, Las Vegas. Okay, same thing with Los Angeles. Los Angeles and most of the San Joaquin Valley gets its water from the Sierra Mountain Range, right in here. All the rain and snow that collects there every year, and it goes into these rivers and reservoirs. All the reservoirs down here around Los Angeles are almost empty. The big reservoirs up north, they are borderline empty. There is a major panic going on across this part of the United States because classic symptoms of permanent perpetual drought are starting to appear. Irreversible drought. We're not just talking about, oh no, we had a bad year. No. This is irreversible change. We are seeing radical environmental shifts. You can blame it on whatever you want. You can blame it on coronal mass ejections, CMEs. You can blame it on burning too much oil and gas. You can blame it on whatever it is, agriculture, whatever it is, meat culture. Anyway, it's all very disturbing and it's very frightening for a lot of people, including myself. So this angle here is not going to shift. This is going to be a tough angle for most of the rest of this year. And what's happening is there's a massive battle going on between the powers that be, who are trying to manipulate everything in terms of resources for their favor. Okay, I don't know how I'm going to do this, but I would love to talk about this in a lot more depth without having the channel completely shut down. But it's very hard to do. Like if I switch over to like BitChute and Twitch and do all the restreaming type of things, there's no audience unless you already are very famous and you can just tell all your followers to just go to the new links. But it's very hard to do that with my channel, so I don't know what to do. I don't really have a solution. So anyway, this is pretty scary, this is pretty ugly, and it's going to continue. You will notice this in your own environment, things like shortages, shortages for the people, rationing, flour, meat price, escalating crazy inflation. This whole aspect here is to do with money here, and when you add in this aspect here to do with fraud, deception, lies, betrayal, it makes it even worse. With Mercury in retrograde in its own home, hard square to Neptune, we're talking about financial losses, failures, fake money versus real money, and I could talk about that for hours as well. But when you combine these together, like I say, you can blame the planets. Everything that's going catastrophic on planet Earth right now regarding global finances, you can blame it directly on these aspects here. Okay? This is, for example, the extreme conditions right now where we are seeing massive amounts of exposures and outing for all the BS that is being spouted, especially across America, regarding so-called facts, truth, information, news, and so on. What more and more and more the masses are starting to realize that what is called news is actually brainwashing type of propaganda and lies. It's just BS. So I can't talk about it too much more because I can't. If I do, I'll just be... Anyway, there's some other scary things going on. This aspect here is extremely disturbing for me too, because it's very much to do with the United States. The United States was born with Mercury in Cancer at about 26 degrees. It was born with Pluto in Capricorn around 26, 27 degrees, something like that. So this is sitting exactly on top of the United States birth chart. Okay? The United States birth chart actually would be affected like this, because if you look at the United States, it has Sagittarius rising, so that would be the axis here. So as you can see, the United States is under dire stress regarding finances, because this is the axis of finance here. Second house and eighth house. Major conflict going on in the United States regarding finance, okay? Thank you, Happy Go Lucky, for explaining all of that stuff. It's very tragic. It's all sabotage. You know, there was the Russians that did all this sabotage over here. They know it's the Russians. Maybe it's just a bunch of hackers that are over there, and Moscow just allows it to happen because, you know, that's kind of what they do. Anyway, it's all globalized now. Also, a new thing just came out today to my attention. There's another amazing news source. It's called Newsbreak, and it's an app for your phone. And guess who? And it's designed for Americans and for America. And guess who owns it and controls it and writes it? Dun da da da! You guessed it! Yay! Morganda Propa. There we go. So anyway, that's just something that might interest people. I'd love to talk about this in much greater detail. I would probably, you know what, maybe we should do that. I've got an idea. Hold on, let me put this to you. Give me a second here. Okay. I try not to take it personally. 2 nights ago, I got all sentimental about the early days of my channel, and I checked up a few people that I know and I became friends with in my, you know, the astrology type of stuff before I got, well, I did the tarot as well. But there's this amazing female astrologer. She's now married. She is living up in the Pacific Northwest with her recently new husband after a couple of years, and they've got 2 babies now. And she's doing extremely well with her channel. She started probably 9 or 10 years ago and was one of the very early astrologers, along with people like Kelly Rosano, who's highly respected, and there's a few others too. And I like to feel that I provide equally good services. However, as you know, my channel was like somebody let the air out of the channel, and it's FUBAR, effed up beyond repair. but I keep going, bumbling along. And the other lady I like, she's an outstanding astrologer, but she only has a very small number of subscribers, about the same that I do, even though she works continuously. It doesn't make any sense to me. And there's another astrologer female, she does a super job of making it very comprehensive in very kind of easy to nibble terms. And she's got like 360,000. So she makes a really good living. And since it's not happening, I'm sadly having to look somewhere, look beyond YouTube and look beyond Tarot Lumination in order to figure out what to do next. So I don't know what's going to happen. But back to something a moment ago, I've been invited to join things like BitChute and restreaming onto Twitch and multiple, outlets where the censorship is much less severe. But each time I go there and try to do something, basically nothing happens. For that stuff to work, you have to have a very, very big, solid thing already happening over here on YT. Hello, Patricia. Hello, Karen over there in New Zealand. Yeah. Thanks for dropping by. Good to see you. I was just doing a little preliminary hello chat before we get into the readings. I think it looks like I've got 2 readings booked. Remember when I used to get dozens and we would just stay up for 4 or 5 hours? Ah, the glory days. Now, there is a thing that I used to do early on in the channel when I had like these active memberships. I had the Patreon. People would put money in every month to get private services. I'd make 40 videos a month with all the tarot reports for all the signs, all 12 videos, and then I'd do astrology reports for all 12. And then I would do the live shows, and I would do lots of private personal readings on the side, and then we would have events, like who gets to win a private reading, who gets to win a Tarot Lumination silk scarf, things like that. But it was all shut down. All of it was shut down. So, still here anyway, but I guess if I worked at it, I could do like, I still have my constant contact emailer, and there's a few names on the emailing list of people who still like to be notified directly by email and not having to worry about the YT notification system. And maybe I could do a private Zoom event where people just log in at a certain time and day, and we can just do anything. We can talk about anything. We can record it. You can keep it. The thing is, it's hard to organize. Hello, Chosen by God. I love that screen name. I bow to you. Oh, man. Yeah. Oh, here's something else I wanted to tell you. Happy Go Lucky knows about this one already. Let me just check here. I want to just check something. What was it? No. Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, let me tell you guys something. I'm trying to learn and understand about money since I've already written a book about it, and I've sometimes helped people with their finances and so on and so on, and I'm studying a lot of things, even though I'm not a multi-millionaire myself. So the other day, okay, let me just say this directly, okay. So the other day, in fact, just a few days ago, just this week, I was studying, okay, and watching these videos from a finance channel that I trust and I believe and I like. and it's a pretty serious channel. And the fellow is writing a thesis in the background to support his theories that he presents to the public. And he's actually very, very wealthy himself. He's a self-made multi-millionaire, and he's just very down to earth, and he wants to share what he knows with people. Just kind of like what we do here. Okay, I'm just trying to share what I know, but a lot of people don't want to know what I know. And some people don't want other people to know what I know. So there's kind of like a censoring type of thing, inhibitor thing, which makes it very hard for me to like give in the way that I would prefer to give. But I'm still here. Anyway, I was watching this new series. It's a 3-part intensive video series about cycles and patterns in global finance. And he's a very smart guy. He did a really superb presentation for the first episode. Hello, chosen by God. Wow! You just bought yourself a very expensive post-it note. Thank you very much. Let's just acknowledge this here. Alright, here we go. Thank you, chosen by God. Yay! Super duper. Anyway, let's get back to the thing. So we'll get to this in a little bit. I'm just going to tell a little story here. So there I was watching this 3-part series, episode 1. And after 10 minutes, it's about a 50-minute seminar. And after about 10 minutes, I was kind of going, what? He's talking about these so-called cycles. He's very into cycles, financial cycles, and so on. Okay, there's something very strange going on with the streaming right now. There's some kind of weird delay. Hold on. So that part works fine. Let me just check this other part again over here. Hopefully you can see the tarotlumination.com website. Yeah, that looks okay. Okay, now I'm going to go back over here. See if there's something wrong. Yeah, there is something wrong. Excuse me, it looks like my lips are moving out of sequence with my voice. I don't know why that's happening. Of course, we're going to blame it on Mercury retrograde, obviously. Anyway, so I was watching this show, and I was already impressed right from the beginning. He's very coherent, and he kind of dumbs it down so that anybody can listen to it and understand it and enjoy it. And I've enjoyed his teachings before. Anyway, after about 10 minutes in, he started describing and defining these cycles that he's noticed throughout human history that kind of show telltale signs of repeating themselves. And certain numbers came up. The number 28, a 28 cycle, an 84 cycle, and a 250 cycle. Now, is this a giveaway? I'll just explain it. The 28-day cycle is a direct reference to the lunar cycles, okay? There are 28 days in every lunar cycle. There are 13 lunar cycles in every calendar year, and it brings it up to 364 days, and we kind of fudge the rest of it with allowing for the wobble of the earth and adjusting our calendars. Is that a coincidence that you have 13 perfect lunar cycles inside a 364-day solar cycle? I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it's perfectly balanced. Sacred geometry, the laws of nature. The next cycle that he pointed out is an 84-year cycle. What does that tell you? Well, I will tell you. That relates to Uranus. Okay? Uranus has an 84-year cycle. Let me show you. Let's do it this way. Let's go back to the moon, okay? Okay, right now, tonight, here in Las Vegas, the moon is in Taurus conjunct Uranus, okay? The moon has a 28-day cycle. So, in exactly 28 days from now, the moon will have traversed all 12 signs, taking about 2.5 days to go through each sign, and ending up back here with the moon in Taurus. As it slips on through, each month it goes through, well, it actually slips ahead a little bit, but like we're coming up, for example, we're coming up to a Gemini new moon eclipse in a few days, okay? And 28 days from there, we're going to have a Cancer new moon. 28 days from there, we're going to have a Leo new moon. 28 days from there, we're going to have a Virgo new moon, okay? And so on and so on and so on and so on. 28 days in Libra, 28 days, 28 days, 28 days, 28 days, 28 days for each new moon cycle, and so on. It's very precise. It is sacred geometry. You can take it from an ephemeris, which is a mathematical chart that measures all these movements, and it's absolutely perfect, down to the microscopic degree. Okay? So this fellow, he did a superb job. He identified a 28 unit cycle. I think he was talking in years, but what it's referring to is the moon. He couldn't actually figure it out, but it doesn't really matter. The point is the numbers, okay? The next pattern that he noticed was an 84-year cycle. That takes us over to Uranus. Okay? It takes Uranus 84 years to do a loop. Okay? It's basically one lifetime. So wherever you are born with, like Uranus in Taurus, if you live to the year 84 and beyond, you will live through a Uranus return. Once in a lifetime only. Okay? So, the reason that is so, because Uranus takes 7 years to go through each sign. Like the moon takes about 2.5 days. Okay, for right now, the moon just entered Taurus. So in about 2 days, 2 or 3 days, it's going to be entering Gemini. And then about another half day after that, it's going to be exactly conjunct the sun. So it's about 2.5 days. Well, almost 3 days, really. And that takes us to the new moon eclipse. Okay, so roughly 2.5 days to go through Virgo for the moon, to go through Libra, 2.5 days, 2.5 days, 2.5 days. Okay, so I hope that makes sense. Now with Uranus, it takes 7 years. Let's say Uranus is in Virgo. It'll take 7 years to go from here to here, and it'll have multiple retrogrades in between. So it'll look like this. 7 years later, it'll be in Libra. And then in Scorpio, and so on and so on. So he identified an 84-year cycle in his financial world. Interesting. Uranus in Taurus. Okay, Taurus is all about money. Okay. The next cycle that he defined, guess what it was? Well, I'm just going to tell you. It was a 250-year cycle, give or take a couple of years each side. Now, what does that relate to? Let's have a look. Could it be Pluto? Oh. It's interesting. Yeah, it takes about 250 years for Pluto to do the loop. So the way humans are built right now, you will never have a Pluto return in your lifetime. So the best you can do is to hope to live through a couple of signs of Pluto while you're physically alive. Pluto is so far out there that it's very hard to integrate Pluto lessons in our life. Typically, Pluto lessons happen at such a deep level of the soul that you have to live many, many lifetimes in order to integrate and grow and evolve to the level of Pluto. Okay? I don't think a lot of people understand that. But anyway, that's how it works. So, it takes about 250 years to go from here to here. Okay? Now, here's another interesting, quirky coincidence. Capricorn, 26 degrees, Pluto. Oh, we go back to 4th of July, 1776. Oh, isn't that a coincidence? 250 roughly years ago. So, I thought it was really, it blew my mind. I mean, it sounds like so what? But as soon as I saw the numbers on his board, he does these beautiful whiteboard presentations, much fancier than my astrodoodles. Mine are like little artisanal handmade astrodoodles. His are big fancy digital presentations with superb graphics and everything. Anyway, he defined a 28 unit cycle, an 84-year cycle, and a 250-year cycle. That's Moon, Uranus, and Pluto. And he did lots of examples of how this correlated with human history. And look where we are right now. And he pointed out it wasn't that accurate because later on in his seminar, he pointed out the year 1776, which, as you know, is something that I reference to in my book, and it is an extremely important part of what's happening in the global conversation about finance, money, politics, economics, power and control, and currencies, and the currency wars, which are active, very active right now. You might not know it, but we are at war. The United States is at war. The war is being conducted through the currency markets. The main opponent is a place called CHINA. Everything that we do to devalue our dollar, CHINA does as much as it can to match that. Because every time we devalue our dollar, it makes life much harder for China. So the only way they can compete is to peg their YUAN to our DOLLAR. And it works really well. It's basically financial warfare conducted through the destruction of currency. Anyway, that's a whole other video. We could talk about that forever. Good point chosen by God. We are on the verge of the Aquarius information. We are leaving the age of Pisces and religion. Yeah. So in a few years, I used to do videos about this stuff on Wednesday. I tried to, but the whole series got shut down and blocked. So, what can I do? I'm taking a risk even talking about this stuff now. It's ridiculous, but sadly, my little channel has already been flagged and demonized. There are other channels that I really love, and they are constantly under threat of being shut down, demonetized, and threatened by the ALGO rhythm, because they are in alignment here. They're always talking about money and so on, but I'm concerned about money just like the rest of you guys, okay? So I think about these things, and I tried to give people a heads up. I tried to give people a warning. I wrote that book 6 years ago, okay? And I published it in early 2020, trying to let people know that there's a massive gateway portal that is life-changing for humanity starting on January 2020. That is the pivot point where there is no going back. There's life before January 2020, and there's the life after January 2020. There's no going back, okay? Humanity is going to be upended. It's going to take decades for this to stabilize. The next big chapter is the next several years as Pluto grinds through the last degrees of Capricorn. And then when it hits 0 degrees Aquarius, please everybody be prepared. You need to start preparing now, okay? I'm just letting you know. Because it's going to be radical global upheaval, revolution. Humanity and the masses, we the people, are going to demand freedom, privacy, okay? And the removal of lies, deception, betrayal, manipulation, exploitation by the folks up there. It's already violent revolution all over Western Europe. You won't see that in America because okay? Yes, chosen by God, we're in the petrol oil system. I'd love to show you an interesting map. I can't do it right now, but I have an interesting map which shows you about the deployment of American defensive military forces all across of planet Earth. Let me show you. I'll do a little hint over here. As you know, we have massive military operations all over the world. Mostly it's there to protect and defend our financial interests, okay? Which is part of the job of the federal government. But right now, the most intensive allocation of American military resources, they don't really talk about it much, but it's over in this area here. And why is that so? It's because of OIL, okay? Because all these folks over here, and 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 here, they've started to realize that we're starting to run out of oil that comes from here, 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 and here, and here. And the next big stashes of oil are over here, but they are barely exploited yet. So this is the last reserve, the last refuge of big oil. So the United States is very, very, very concerned about this area of the world. And at the same time, we are losing power because we're giving power away to these folks over here deliberately as part of the, let's say, the global reset. Ooh. I'm using very dangerous words that could easily get us shut down, so be careful. I know what you're saying. I already have another channel chosen by God. It's called The Daily Transit. But it's very much harder to start a new channel these days than it was when I started my channel 4 years ago. Anyway, I just wanted to point all that stuff out to you. So thank you for listening. You know, let's start doing your readings. Might as well. Hope you're all doing fine, as well as can be. I'm going to take a sip of water here. Cheers, everyone. Now, let's see, where are we? Hold on. Yeah. Here's the thing. Just anyone who's running YouTube channels or wants to do one, there's a couple of things that helps to know. For example, if I take the few subscribers that I have left on the channel, I cannot import those or export them to another channel even though I've earned them. YouTube will not allow that. I don't have any influence over the output of notifications, which is microscopic. So there's a lot of things you would think it would be so obvious and easy to do. Here's another one that a lot of people used to ask years ago, like when you subscribe to a channel. Like, wow, what about if everyone who subscribed to my channel put in $1 a month? What about if everyone who subscribed to my channel got a notification when I put a new video or do a live show? You add that up all together, it sounds really easy. I'd be loaded. I'd have a channel that's just super fancy, would be doing shows all the time, and I'd give you fancy videos about me driving in my cool car and my fancy house and doing all my land reclamation and pet rescue and things like that, and setting up the little retreat, in New Zealand. But it doesn't work like that. No, not at all. Okay. Anyway, I'm going to stop moaning now. Let's get over here. First up, we have Jeffrey. Alright, Jeffrey, let's see what's going on. Let's clear the decks here. Jeffrey, I'm going to do something completely blind and random. I hope you don't mind. Okay, up into the pole position here. Yeah, there is a skeleton of a channel still here. Like, I still have terralumination.com, so people can come visit there and buy things and books and my little shop with all my fancy Terralumination merchandise. You can book readings and so on. You can listen to music and things like that. Okay, let's shuffle it up. Jeffrey, I'm going to do a completely blind reading. I'm going to use a Terralumination situational spread. It's very simple, it's very straightforward. I think of it as a diagnostic tool, and you'll see how it unfolds in just a moment as we go along. When I used to do the 40 plus videos per month, I would do multiple readings and chart types for each sign. I would do the big heart spreads, the spiritual journey spread, and the relationship spreads for all of that stuff. But there's no point in doing it anymore, which is very sad. It's very, very sad for me. Life goes on. Everything is exactly as it should be. How can it be otherwise? It's because this is the way things are. Everything is exactly the way it should be. And why is that so? It's because it can't be any other way. It's universal law, universal truth. Things that are the way they are. Sometimes the truth is very uncomfortable, very disturbing, very, very awkward. And people very, very high up especially love to manipulate or alter the truth according to their version. Let's have a look, see what's going on. Alright, Jeffrey. Let's see, I saw something earlier. Oh, didn't you say you had a trip to Ohio? I hope that went okay. Let's just pull this up, see what happens. Cards were already well shuffled in advance while they were in the box, but I'm doing it live so that you get an absolutely pristine, crystal clear deck. Let's bless this deck, bless every single card, bless the channel for what it is, the technology, the camera, the lights, the internet, the electricity, the software programs, and all the hardware, the technology and brain power that goes into being able to allow this to even happen at all. It's amazing to me. Alright, let's have a look. Alright, here's the situation, here's the challenges, here's how we're going to handle it, and let's have a look at the weather. I'm going to have a look over here. We have the moon. Okay, so what I'm sensing here is that the eclipses right now are very important for you. It's very important to maybe study more, understand a bit more about the eclipses, because we just had an eclipse, a full moon eclipse, full moon lunar eclipse, where we had the moon in Sagittarius and the sun in Gemini, very close to the North Node. And what's coming up is a new moon eclipse over here in a few days, around the 9th and the 10th of June. the moon's going to be over here, okay? So the question is, where does this land in anyone's chart? Now, for Jeffrey, whatever his sign is, it could be there or there or there or there or there or there. But for everyone else who's watching, the eclipse is happening right here. It's at about, I think it's at about 12 degrees Gemini. Is it 20? Anyway, I forgot the degrees, but it's going to be right around here. So what you would do is take out your personal birth chart and look. Let's pretend this is your chart. Then you would look for the point where there is 20 degrees, or let's say 18 degrees of Gemini. That is the point of critical mass where this eclipse will affect you. So, Jeffrey, for you, I think it's important to understand that this eclipse, you don't necessarily have to study it. You don't necessarily have to be frightened of it. But what I'm saying here when I see the moon card is that it's very important to understand for your own awareness that this is a very special calendar moment for you. And it's like I would recommend putting a timestamp, like when you go back, like in a few weeks or months or a few years from now, you can go back to 10th of June 2021 and realize that that was a major timestamp, a major marker, a point of life-changing circumstances that is happening to you. It might happen in a very kind of mysterious, nebulous way that's hard to understand. It certainly could be to do with commerce, finance, and money, because Gemini, Mercury in Gemini, Sun in Gemini, Moon in Gemini, it's very much going to be related to commerce, the process of exchange, communication, like what they do in free markets, open markets, and exchange. You know, in a lot of societies, even the most elementary, primitive, pre-industrial societies, the marketplace was often the hub of society. Farmers and villagers would come from everywhere to meet at the daily or the weekly or the monthly marketplace, and they would exchange. They would exchange information. They would exchange goods and services. They would exchange currency for goods and services. They would accept and receive. They would give and receive currency, and so on. Commerce. And they would talk and negotiate and communicate. They would share stories and share news, and then they would all go home at the end of the day. It was a very, very important part of human life. Literally, human interaction. Did you know about that? Oh, God. Wow, have you heard about so-and-so? Hey, I want one of these. How much are you asking for it? Okay, I'll do that. And so on and so on. So this is very much about commerce. Okay? It's all about new starts, new beginnings for you, Jeffrey, in the world of commerce and exchange. But you're heading into territories and where no matter how much confidence or skills or ability that you have already, in some ways you're heading into the unknown, into a shadowland where you've never been before in any of your lifetimes. So we're talking about new territory where it could be a little scary because it's happening during a retrograde period while Mercury is retrograde. And if you look at the charts over here, let's extend it to, let's have a look here. Okay, here's the 10th, okay? This is roughly where the new moon is happening. But by the time we get to the full moon, okay, which is going to be around the about the 24th, okay, over here, we're going to have a whole new wall of retrogrades happening, okay? We're going to have Jupiter and Neptune. Things are going to get very weird towards the end of the month, okay? For everybody, in some way or another. So, what I'm suggesting here is, I'm sorry, this is taking such a long time. It's amazing how I can take so much out of just a few cards. But Jeffrey, what I'm sensing for you is that this is a really pivotal year, and it's important to do one little step at a time. Be prepared to go 10 steps forward, 9, 8, 7 steps back to advance this far, and so on and so on and so on. And as these retrogrades kick in at the end of June and all through July and most of August and September, there's going to be a tremendous amount of learning and let's say, what's the word? Experimenting, setting things up, seeing what works, seeing what doesn't work, constructing and then deconstructing, constructing and then deconstructing in the world of commerce, till eventually by the end of the year you will have reached like a working model, a working plan that will have long-term stability. But right now, what I'm sensing from the moon card and from the astrology is that this is a pivotal moment for you. As you know, eclipses are evolutionary gateways. There's no going back. You enter here, you are elevated up here, and you go out there at higher frequencies. However uncomfortable or joyful it might be, there's no going back. So for you, Jeffrey, that's what we're talking about here, okay? Now, what's the situation itself? Oh, hold on. Yeah, you just saw that card. I just saw your notes there, Jeffrey. Because so let's put you as a solar sign Capricorn, okay? So I'm going to flip this chart and make it look like it's for a Capricorn sun sign, okay? On a solar chart, okay? So let's put Capricorn on the horizon here. Let's pretend Jeffrey knows his chart and everything like that. These are the transits that are affecting Jeffrey right now. So for example, the new moon eclipse is happening around your 6th house area, which would be work, tasks, getting things done, doing what has to be done, and very much to do with service. Okay, so it's like new starts. You know, when I think of the 6th house, I also think of the 12th house. Okay, we just came out of the 12th house moon. So think of business and commerce and activity, communications, back and forth communications happening in your 6th house, which would be a world of humble service to those in need of service. Okay? For example, if you have an enterprise that you are exploring that provides a service to people, and the service is done from your heart and your soul, and you're not expecting anything more than fair. Okay? It's not like you're trying to exploit people or radically turn the world upside down. It is literally providing a service. Okay? This is the house of almost like thankless, humble service. It's the house of science. It's a house of technical things, getting things just right, taking things to perfection, organizing business to a very high degree of integrity, for example, here, in whatever business of commerce that you're talking about here. So I would say it's very much to do with business and commerce, and you're still happening in the retrograde, so this is a really perfect time to start dipping your toe in and exploring. But this new moon eclipse here is going to have implications for 6-9 months, a year to come. Okay? It's a very important eclipse for you regarding commerce, day-to-day business. Okay? So let's have a look. What's the situation? Okay, so so with the 10 of Cups here, essentially it's like how's this going to work for me regarding my personal happiness? Because you don't have to just talk about commerce and fear of things not working because of things that you don't know or don't understand. It's perfectly acceptable to be a little bit timid or a little bit reserved, very, very, very cautious going forward, because your overall lifetime happiness is at stake here. And it's almost like what you're looking at is a journey of exploration about what is it that defines happiness for you, and going on a journey, a path of discovery where it has to fill a lot of, what do they call that? Ticking off the boxes. Okay. Your life has to feel good with locations, friends, family, the services that you provide, the rewards that you receive, the sense of being appreciated and understood, the possibility for growing your tribe, your commerce in a way like a family, like setting up a family business and so on. Perhaps, who knows, you might even get married and have kids, and it might be a big deal, Ohio or not, but this is part of the exploration. So your journey is very much about searching out your deep soul happiness and how that could play out like in the world of commerce, because we've worked together before. I believe that especially for a Capricorn, business is very, very important. So it would be very important for you to have a business life, a work life. If you think of the 6th house very much as to do with work as opposed to career, when you combine work and career, you want them to be complementary. In other words, you don't want to be doing something just to get money, but you hate doing it. That's not going to work for you. It's all about total immersion, doing what you love, loving what you do, to the point where it is all-encompassing. It means like what you're looking for is one of these success stories that 10, 20, 30 years later, you can look back and you can realize, wow, I made good decisions back in 2021. It was very scary. I was learning a lot, but to me, it looks about long-term goals of happiness here and searching for that. What's the challenge? Okay. Challenges could be to do with very, very close personal relationships. Okay, and how does that affect you? In other words, to me, it feels like the challenge is finding the right intimate relationships in business, commerce, business partners, a location environment where you feel highly valued and you value highly the people in the neighborhood in this new world. And so this is a huge question mark, because this correlates with cups and heart energy, and you have to have it all. You have to have the right combination of location, people, property, commerce, integrity of relationships, where you have to feel like a deep sense of compassion and love with a partner. They have to feel that with you. Otherwise, this isn't going to work. In other words, so on top of commerce and business, it looks like there's also big question marks of what about long-term relationships? Because, as you know, I'm sure you're aware, Jeffrey, history has shown this. I'm not an expert, don't quote me, but when you look at intimate one-on-one relationships, especially if they become contractual, like a marriage, okay? If you're with the right person at the right time in the right place for the right reasons, a marriage contract can be one of the most important and satisfying decisions of your whole life. It will change everything for the better. If that doesn't quite work out, let's say even with best efforts and best impressions, you end up with the wrong person at the wrong place at the wrong time for the wrong reasons, it can be devastating for your life for a long time to come. It's very obvious to see that in the United States, with marriages forming and marriages splintering, and then the after effects. Some people are lucky. They have amicable separations, but that's not very common. Usually it leaves when people have what appeared to be a healthy, loving relationship and it was discovered to be less than, it can be very painful when you have a formal separation and the love that never existed is exposed, and that's a lot of pain. You say here you're not happy at your job anymore. Well, it's very important to be happy. Really, it sounds so simple. If you're not happy at your job anymore, then this is very much about taking new steps into the unknown to deal with that. Because with this Gemini new moon eclipse, it's very much about jobs. When you look at the 6th house over here, sorry for you over here, it's like the energy of the day job. Over here, your 10th house, this would be the energy of long-term career. Okay, devotion to long-term goals. Like, who am I? What am I doing? Why am I here? What is my mission? What is my purpose? How am I rewarded? How am I guided? How am I protected? What is my destiny? Okay, this is more like, how do I pick up a paycheck for this week? Okay, it's just sometimes just doing tedious tasks that have to be done, and there's very little thanks, or there might be adequate reward, but there's very little thanks or gratitude. So we're dealing with that here. Okay. Hello, Necessary Truths. I see you. Hello, Ibrahim. I see you. Okay, let's have a look. So next thing is, how are you going to deal with this? Because it looks like there's a lot at stake here, Jeffrey. A lot is at stake, especially about like career and work and personal happiness in terms of commerce. You have to have the whole package deal. Otherwise, you're not going to be happy. Okay? You have to be with the right people in the right place for the right reasons at the right time. Purpose and so on. So that work doesn't feel like work or drudgery. Work becomes joyful. Work becomes salvation. Work becomes career. Work becomes profoundly satisfying. How do we deal with that? Yep, absolutely. Okay. So it's a very simple solution, Jeffrey. It is time to move on. Whatever happens, it means however you do it, however convoluted the pathway might be, it is definitely time to move on. Pick up from where you are. Just simply grab the essentials. You don't need to bring anything with you except the very, very most simple essentials. Leave everything else behind. What really counts that you're bringing forward are your thoughts, your attitudes, your beliefs, your knowledge, your wisdom, your conviction, your hopes and desires and dreams for a new and better and more peaceful and satisfying and loving life. And relationships are very important, part of that, okay? So you are absolutely on path, Jeffrey, but you're heading deeply into the unknown. And yes, it could be scary, but I'm absolutely certain that you will handle it. Okay? I hope that helps. Thank you, Jeffrey. Let's have a look. Oh, there's All Sun. Hey, All Sun. What's going on? All right. Wait a minute. What's that? I just saw something. TL, I'm going to your PayPal. Let you know when it's set. Okay, thank you, Necessary. So, I better give Necessary their post-it note. I'm going to shuffle this up in a moment. Melissa, you're up next. Necessary Truths here. Thank you, Necessary Truth. It goes over here. That'll probably be it for tonight. I haven't been very strong lately, and it's hard to do like 8 or 9 readings on a show anymore, but I can handle this. So we've just read for Jeffrey, we're going to read for Melissa, then Chosen by God, and then Necessary Truth. I don't think I'll be able to handle much more than that. I thank you all so much. I wish I could like I did in the old days, but it's getting really tricky these days. Okay, here we go. Let me just shuffle this up, okay, Melissa? Melissa, we've worked together a few times before. It's been a very satisfying experience for me. And I get the feeling that you get something out of this, like above and beyond what you paid for or what you get from the reading. It kind of, to me, it feels like it has a ripple effect in your life. I know a few people like this. I have some people in my life. Hold on, let me just shuffle this up a minute. Give me a second, Melissa. And I don't want to lose the thread. Jeffrey, I saw your note. Yeah, that really is no going back. Truly, no going back. I'm sure you'll figure it out, Jeffrey, but it might be a little bit of a heart-pounding experience. I lived for years in Ohio. I have a very, very soft spot for Ohio. Ohio has a lot of qualities that I enjoy. It has 4 seasons, and it can get really cold, it can get really hot. It's very luscious, it's very fertile. It's a relatively very stable state and economy. It's very kind of middle of the road. There's tons of lefties, there's tons of hardcore right-wing patriots, and also everything kind of in the middle. Very stable economically, especially around the Cincinnati area. I've been pretty much all over Ohio except for Toledo. I might have been there when I was a little child, but I don't really remember it. Hello, KCCD. Wait a minute, have you been here before? KCCD. Huh. Anyway, Melissa, what I was trying to say here, let me get back to this a second. What I was trying to say, Melissa, is that I know a couple of people. I'm very close to them. And well, everybody's different. But in one of these relationships, there's this really profound kind of like ripple effect, like a knock-on effect that goes above and beyond just the one-on-one. Okay? And the other party in my equation, they absorb everything that we do together, and it has this invisible kind of influence, like the energy field of a vortex that they carry around with them. And they live by example. They don't live by intellectual. They don't say, yes, this, yes, that, but they do this, they do that. They live by action. It's love in action. Love is as love does. Okay? Love is an energy field. It's an energy force. It's not just a feeling or an emotion or a concept or a fuzzy-wuzzy romantic ideal. Love is as love does. Actions speak much louder than words. And what I'm sensing for you, Melissa, is that you are aware that your energy and your behavior as you evolve, grow, and change, perhaps like every time after a reading, your aura, your spirit gets cleaner and bigger and brighter, and that somehow or other has an impact on the broader world in which you live, perhaps with friends or family or just day-to-day life, just going to a grocery store, just driving around, picking someone up in a conversation, whatever it is. Okay, I'm getting a very strong sensation of that over here from you. I can't explain why, but I'm picking it up very strongly. Cheers, everyone. I need some more water. Hold on. One more little mini shuffle, okay? Look, I saw your note there. Oh, okay, necessary. I got it. I trust you. I believe it. It always shows up when you do that, so I'm not worried. Yeah. Melissa says, it most certainly does have a ripple effect in my life. Haha. Okay. Alright, let's see what's going on, Melissa. I'm going to do totally blind readings. Sometimes they are the most valuable because you never know where it's coming from. You never really know the theme or the thread or the characters or the energy. I'm going to have another special beverage here. It looks very similar to apple juice. In case anyone's interested, I'm still doing private consultations. Of course, there's a lot more expensive than what we do here, but we can cover things in a much greater depth, and we can talk about any subject. We can deal with anything. I've worked with lawyers, accountants, multi-millionaire business executives. I've worked with gay, lesbian teenagers. I've worked with moms and dads and divorcees and so on. My only limitation is language. I really only speak English. But I have done thousands of readings with people all over the world. I'm very proud of that. Yeah, so if anyone's interested, go to terraillumination.com and you can figure it out from there. Thank you so much. Alright, so look. Alright, so we're pretty much shuffled up here in a good way. Wow, Melissa, I don't know what I'm sensing over here, that you're in a very strong condition right now. I don't know if you feel it or not, but I'm feeling as though like you are feeling that you're coming into your strength. You're starting to kind of like glow. You're starting to, I don't know, somehow or other tap into your power, your strength, your deep heart soul energy in ways that you never could have ever imagined. And you get glimpses of it, and every now and again it's an amazing sensation to get validation. Okay, so what I'm saying here is that I'm feeling it very strongly, and I'm letting you know. I can't explain it. I can't say why. I'm not getting psychic visions of what kind of shoes you're wearing, or your t-shirt or whatever, but I'm feeling the energy. Sometimes I don't know what I'm going to pick up. Sometimes I pick up on, I've had dogs licking my face. I've seen pigs in living rooms. I've done remote viewing all over the planet and so on. I never know what's going to happen. My spirit is extremely porous and open and globalized. And so when psychic medium type experiences happen for me, it is all according to the will of heaven. Never before, never after. Here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle things. And let's have a look at the weather for you. Okay, with the Page of Cups. Okay, so I don't know what to say about the eclipse here, but regarding Page of Cups for you, my feeling is that you're at a point right now where you're going to have to take this subject a little bit more seriously. Okay? The concept of love. How do you define love? What does love mean to you? How do people interpret the love vibration that you radiate? How do you interpret the love vibration that other people radiate? I'm not talking about romance. I mean, it would be included, but for example, I've said this a few times to other people. I've read, I used to have a huge library full of books about love and healing and astrology and all those wonderful esoteric things. I don't really have them anymore. I mostly just gave them away, and I just prayed that the words would be imprinted in here. There's a couple of things. I don't have a copy with me right now. Maybe I do, but I can't remember. But actually I do. I have a copy of this book, but it's back in Los Angeles. Melissa, I highly recommend, rather than me going blah 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 blah, I highly recommend that you read a book called The Road Less Traveled. It's by M. Scott Peck. He's an older gentleman now. He's very much a retired military doctor. Okay, so he was on the front lines of some of the ugliest, dirtiest, most terrifying, soul-crushing experiences when it comes to healing. And he dealt with it extremely well. And one of the things that he learned, and he explains it much better than I can do here in this video right now. Love is as love does. Love is an energy field. It is an actionable energy. And a lot of times it's sacrificial. Hence the Neptune theme. Where you could have a definition of love. It's different for everybody, but I love his definition. If I can remember, it's something like this. Love is the deliberate acceptance. What's the word? I don't know how to say it. Making conscious, deliberate decisions to go out of your way, even to the point of difficulty or discomfort, in order to facilitate the evolution of yourself, number one, but also those closest to you, number two. So it turns into a positive feedback loop where it feeds on you. Love is as love does. So like when I started years ago doing this channel, I tried to do like all these healing classes and private self-healing, super advanced yoga stuff. But in words, it's simple. It's like, be loving, be loved. Understand that your hands are transmitters. Your whole body is a transceiver. But think of your hands, okay? How do you express love? Through your hands, through the actions of your hands, through the actions of your body. Love is as love does. Sometimes being loving means being very uncomfortable. Sometimes being loved can be very uncomfortable. But we learn these things as we go along. So anyways, I'm suggesting read that book because it might help to understand or explain or bring some maturity to the innocence of the Page of Cups. So in other words, let's just say this is to do with the eclipse, because it is going to be there. We're heading into it. There's no going back. So let's say the eclipse can open up a new doorway for you to learn about love at a much deeper, more profound level. For relationships, great, and that's fine. But what about everyday things, like between yourself and the person behind the counter at a convenience store? Or what about some stranger in traffic? Or what about a family member that's always a big pain for you? How do you deal with that in a more loving way? And so on and so on. And then also in relationships, what about a one-on-one relationship? Discovering what are the things that you really value in love, and do they match, is it reciprocal in another person? What I've noticed, because I've done lots of readings, is that when a relationship is formed, when I do the astrology on the relationship for both parties, and I do the love reading, relationship reading, using my crucible spread, it's very easy to discern what's going on at the core of the relationship, at the core of the loving experience. Sometimes relationships are very challenging and difficult, and it's because two souls are trying to learn things that they didn't know before, and sometimes the only way you can learn is through challenges. Think of the Saturn effect, and so on. So anyway, I don't see the Saturn effect here. I think it's more about the Jupiter, the benevolence effect. How can we learn more about being loving and being loved in ways that are positive, beneficial, and rewarding? Okay? What's the situation? Okay, we have the Moon card again. Okay, so I think this is very much to do with the eclipse. It's a very important eclipse. It's a very strong one, and it is to do with the North Node. The North Node is going to be conjunct with Gemini as well. So let's pull it out. Okay, so in a few days, Melissa, we're going to have that new moon eclipse in Gemini right here, somewhere right in the middle, like about, I think, 15 or 14 degrees. I can't remember. But it's going to be right there. So the question is, what is your sun sign, or what is your rising sign, and where does this aspect fall in your chart? Because the themes that we're talking about here about going to the next level in love, learning a lot more about love, understanding what love really is, as opposed to what you were conditioned to believe it is, or what you imagined it is or could be. What is it actually? What is love in fact? Okay? Necessary says it's very simple. Love is as love does. Love is an action. Love in action. You can talk about loving and being loved all day, but without taking action, it's futile and pointless and ineffectual. So, for you, okay, Melissa, to me it looks like you're scared of this subject. Love in the broad sense, but also love in the one-on-one sense, perhaps like in terms of partnership. Like, who am I really in the context of love? Okay? So, the journey never stops, but with this eclipse, again, like with Jeffrey, think of it as a really important timestamp in your life history, so that in a few years from now you'll look back and you'll realize, oh my God, I just remembered. Click! I just had a synchronistic moment and I'm getting a flashback during another Mercury retrograde years from now, where I'm remembering that reading I had with Lumination about the eclipse, and now it all makes sense. Oh, I get it. Yeah, so read that book and then live your life, and then in a few years when you get a flashback, think about this. With the moon here, the situation is that, let's admit it, you're heading into uncharted territories. Typically that's fear of the unknown. Sometimes for a lot of human beings, fear of the unknown is so extreme that they will self-sabotage and self-destruct in any way they can, rather than evolve or grow or head into unknown territory. Sometimes people are so rigid in their beliefs and their conditioning that they believe truth is a fixed thing and they know it all already. And that is not true. There is a lot to learn, okay, Melissa? There's a lot to learn. There's a lot to be experienced in life coming up ahead. And there's no point in being scared about it. And the important thing is to acknowledge the fear and go forward anyway. What's that expression? Feel the fear and do it anyway. So that's what we're sensing here. It might involve a journey. It might involve, let's say, exposing the tender underbelly, the soft part of your nature, your sweetness, your kindness, your innocence, your whatever it is that you don't know about love in the broad sense, especially if it comes to relationships or loving relationships, then it's good to be a little bit scared. It's good to be a little bit apprehensive. You don't want to just live in delusion and just give your body, mind, heart, and soul away to anyone or anything that looks like love, because a lot of people masquerade in this life, okay? You need truth. The things that are really important long-term in love are things like, first of all, you have to be comfortable in the presence of the other person. Even though there might be elements to fear, it really is important to be feeling profoundly comfortable, like this is something good here for whatever reason. Next, you need trust, honesty, compassion, patience, humor, time for yourself, and being able to give time to yourself and give time to the other, and boundaries. Okay, these are really, really important aspects of loving relationships. Hello, Heather. It's not about how good looking is so-and-so. I mean, those things are great. It's not about how much money do they have. That's kind of cool. Or like, what is their status in society? Okay, that's cool, blah, blah, blah. But it's much more about those words that I just used. Okay? Now, what's the problem here? Okay. Okay, maybe the fear is greater than you imagine. Maybe your level of innocence when it comes to love is so extreme. Like, you might be so advanced and capable in other ways, but when it comes to love, you might be coming to a realization that, oh my God, I am really vulnerable. I am really innocent. And that is scary. I could get easily hacked up. It's like, especially if you have an energy of perfection built into you, Melissa, where you like to do well in everything that you do. In other words, you don't really do something unless you already know you're going to do okay. But you're dealing with something here that is like outside of the zone. And so that could easily trigger extreme fear inside of you, even though a situation might not actually warrant the amount of fear that you are sensing. Especially if there's a degree of innocence here and you're not aware of it. If you think you're already very comfortable and advanced in understanding about love is as love does, about being loving and being loved, then fine. But what I'm sensing here is that there is much to learn. Even though you might be very advanced in other aspects of your life, regarding this, it looks like there's a high degree of vulnerability, a high degree of innocence, and you are basically probably not openly admitting to yourself or anyone else that you're terrified of this subject. Like, what happens if I screw up? Almost in an analytic way. What happens if I pick the wrong person? What happens if the wrong person picks me? What happens if I do something and I realize it was not loving? What happens if it's just, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. There are so many ways that you can screw up. There's so many ways that you can be screwed over. And it's perfectly understandable. That's a very legitimate fear, especially when it comes to love. Especially if you are, someone who is highly desirable or sought out by other people. Like, if people are naturally drawn to you and magnetized to you because you're just this awesome Melissa Lawrence person, but you get to a threshold where somebody wants to cross that line and get a little bit more intimate, like you with somebody or somebody with you, that could be a very terrifying, let's say, threshold. So how are we going to deal with this? Because it's a journey, okay? It is a journey of growth and maturation. You're going to absolutely freaking go for it, okay? In other words, you have to put your, you're going to have to summon up immense courage because you can, okay? I think, please remember, Melissa, I almost pride myself on my goldfish memory. What needs to stay here stays here. What is not necessary for who I am or what I do just vaporizes, okay? So, I know we've worked together before. But I don't store files. I don't build up databases. I don't do that, okay? Everything is wiped and clear. And we start from scratch, because all that counts is now. Forget the past, forget the future, so-called things. What counts is right now. So going forward, how are you going to deal with what we just talked about? Well, with the Eight of Wands, it's literally you do the homework, first of all, okay? For example, read that book, okay? We don't know what your long-term life goals and ambitions might be with career, day jobs, destiny and all that. But please read that book, because it's not written or designed to be one of those books that sits on the top 10 spiritual books about love and healing from, all the famous, gurus of that stuff. It's a book written by a military doctor who was trying to communicate his understandings about the road less traveled. It'll make so much more sense once you read that book, rather than me going blah 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 blah. The fast track is to read that book. After you read that book, okay, take advantage of the retrograde period, get that book online or however, read it. Once you read that and understand that and you absorb it as an intellectual exercise, then it's time to take action. Big, bold action. 8 of Wands. Just literally make it your business to be loving and be loved. Okay? And let your actions speak for you. The 8 of Wands is all about vivid, rich, powerful, generous, successful, well-intended action. Okay? So for some reason or other, we sensed this even before the reading started, about how your energy field is going to ripple and resonate outside of you, far outside of you. And that's going to come through action. Taking bold action as you learn. Like each time you learn the fundamental next step in understanding what it really means to be loving and to be loved, then you act on that knowledge, on that wisdom, and the new understanding. And you keep doing it. Cover all 8 wands. Make it like an athletic challenge. Make it like almost like a competition. Like, I, Melissa Lawrence, now challenge myself to be an achiever, a winner in the concept of love is as love does. But you don't even have to talk about it to anyone else. You just live it by action. You don't even have to spread the word. You just live by example. And the example does all the talking for you. I hope that makes sense. Okay? Thank you again, Melissa. Yeah. You're going to be just fine. You're going to be just fine. I did this on a broad scale. You could condense this down to a one-on-one relationship dynamic if you wanted to, but I feel this is much more to do with a deep ownership and understanding of what love really is for yourself, so that you own it from the inside, so you can learn how to receive the healing power of love into your body, mind, heart, and soul from above. Then you own it like an asset, and then you can share that. Okay? You'll understand a lot more after you read the book. And when you're finished, please get in touch with me. Go to a little book about at yahoo.com and let me know, and we'll go from there, okay? Thank you, Melissa. Up next, Chosen by God. Wow, it doesn't get better than this. Hey, Path, what's going on? Oh. Okie dokie. Alright, but that's it. No more readings after Path. Thank you. Okay, there's Necessary. And here's one for Path Traveler. Thank you, Path. Yo. Okay, let me shuffle it up here. I'm going to put on a little tiny piece of music while I do this, because I need a beverage too. If you don't mind, people. Thank you. go. Thanks for your patience, everybody. I'm glad you guys are checking in with each other. Hello, Sarah! I didn't see you there. Hello, Sarah Lake Mitchell. I am not doing any more readings after Chosen by God and Necessary Truth or Path. I've got 3 more readings to do. That'll be it for tonight. So if anyone else needs one, it'll have to be next week, or you have to book something, a little one on private or something, okay? So like I said earlier, if anybody needs a full-on private consultation, you can go to terraillumination.com. You can book a reading there. Thank you so much. All right. Here we are, folks. Next up is Chosen by God. Nice one. I wonder what's going to happen here, folks. Anything and everything. Alright, as you saw, Chosen by God, the cards are well shuffled. So I'm going to cut them up right now, okay? I'm going to do a very extreme cut, just to make sure we have maximum. That was a little choppy. That was a little choppy. That was a little choppy. Forgive me. Alright, so there we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it going forward in life. Okay, let's have a look at the weather for you. As you know, I often like to refer to the sacred geometry. We have the Hierophant. Okay, so, dear Chosen by God, I don't know if this is to do with the eclipses. We might find out more later on as we go. But for right now, with the Hierophant here, my feeling is that you are under some kind of... What's the word? It's not a... Hold on. It's like an indoctrination. A deliberate, chosen, literally chosen form of indoctrination where you have now made it your business to upgrade everything in your life to the highest levels that you can achieve, to the levels of mastery, where everything in your life is done according to universal truth, according to not the laws and codes of man, not to some preconditioned, let's say, cult, or not some kind of human-made structure about how life works. My feeling is that what's happening now is you are having lived your life in so many different ways. I know we've never done a very personal one-on-one reading, so I don't know the details, okay, Chosen by God. But what I'm sensing here is that you've been through a lot, okay? In your own way, you have been through a lot of challenges in life where you have learned a tremendous amount about what does not work. And many times in those experiences of life that did not work, there might have been a lot of pain and suffering, especially in the deep internal levels, where you learned through the hard way a lot about what doesn't work. And so then by the process of elimination, you get to a point of realization of what does work. And what does work is what's left that did not get destroyed or pulverized or crushed or disproven, no matter what experiences you endured. And so you get left with a situation where you are taking on new robes, new structures, new belief systems, new codes of life, like a new order, so to speak, where the only things that count are the absolute essentials. Hold on. So what I'm sensing here, Chosen by God, is like fake news doesn't work anymore. Fake people don't work anymore. Fake belief systems, fake codes, fake behavior, fake anything doesn't work anymore. In anything, in any part of your life. The only thing that counts are things like truth, honesty, justice, universal law, facts, information, integrity, commitment, responsibility, all these very serious kind of Saturn type energies where classically with Saturn, if you comply with the energy and the stresses that you endure through Saturn lessons, then you are rewarded. If you try to skirt around or shirk or take shortcuts through the journey of Saturn, then you are punished. And you've already figured that out. Okay? And so now you're at this point of like this new level in your journey where like, wow, the only thing that's left is this new paradigm. And it's so simple. The problem is that simple is not easy. So it feels to me like you have set these goals for yourself, perhaps long ago in your life, where you knew you were going to read this, you knew deep down you were going to reach this point, but you probably had no awareness of maybe the pain, the torture, the suffering that you would have to endure to get to this point where you had to go through the process of elimination to get to the point of understanding and knowing what really counts. And then when you know what really counts, you marry yourself to that. And anything else, unacceptable. Delete, delete, and then you live by the code. Okay? So I hope that made sense to you in some way, chosen by God. Let's keep going. Here's the situation. To me, this looks something a little bit like a desire thing. Like, this is a female energy. Doesn't matter if you're male or female. But it's the desire of, like, being a woman of substance. Being a person of substance. Getting to the point where, like, if you are not here already, chosen by God, it's like this is now your mission. And if you're not here already, it doesn't matter. But it looks like when you have the Nine of Pentacles here, it's a very noble mission, which is grounded in reality, truth, facts, honesty, measurable, physical, your physical day-to-day life, your physical world could be measured in terms of money, success, and all the privileges and benefits that come with your efforts over time. So with the Nine of Pentacles, to me it feels like if you're not here at the Nine of Pentacles yet, where you would radiate the energy of a person of independence, where you're not dependent on someone or something else for your financial, physical, material well-being, you are in the process of creating your own wealth, your own abundance, to the point where it's like, it could be anything like running your own business or being your own boss, to the point where you cross a threshold where, like, wow, you could have been living for years and years and years through life where, like, I'm always dependent on this or that or blah, 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 this job, that person, that belief system, whatever, just to get by. But with the Nine of Pentacles, it makes me feel like you're in the zone now. And you want to be in the zone where, like I don't have to answer to BS that's out there. You create your own wealth, you create your own abundance through the classic pathways of work, commitment, application of your energy, your talents and gifts and your resources in such a way that is profitable for you. Profit is a good thing. It's the expression of being rewarded for being loving. Being loved is another version of prophet. Prophet is another version of being loved. Be loving, be loved. Question is, where does that profit come from? How is that profit? How is that wealth? How is that abundance obtained? Is it through nefarious means or is it through benevolent means? Okay, I'm sure it's benevolent. Okay, it says here, chosen by God, female. Okay, so in that case, the 9 of Pentacles is even more appropriate. It's about being a woman of substance, being a woman of maturity, financial independence, intellectual independence, conceptual independent from the bogus influences of propaganda and all the BS that's out there in the world, to the point where you have solidity and structure that is reliable, tenable, valuable for the long term. And nobody can take that from you. If you're not there yet, it makes me feel, what I feel from the card is that you're not quite there yet, but you're on that journey, on that path, and you can see it, and you can feel it, and you know that is yours, and that's what's coming for you, and that you deserve that. Okay, so what are the challenges here? Okay, so I feel that I'm very much on it with the storyline we felt so far. Now you understand with the Hierophant energy here, it does involve relationship dynamics, okay? You in relationship to Earth, you in relationship to universal truth, you in relationship to a person, a structure, a company, a corporation, a marriage, an agreement, something like that. But it has to be something that's really super ultra high integrity. That could be with you. You having a really good relationship with yourself so that you are not dependent on, let's say female, so you don't have to be married to someone who's rich. You don't have to marry someone who fills those gaps for you. You become your own resource, okay? So with the Fool card here, my feeling is that you understand what we're talking about here, but we do not have full clarity or definition as yet. So my feeling is that I'm going to have to bring in the eclipses again, because I think with the new moon Gemini solar eclipse conjunct the North Node in Gemini, we're looking at business, we're looking at commerce, we're looking at like a huge question mark here. Like, how on earth exactly in detail am I, chosen by God, going to manifest this energy field here of being a woman of substance? Let's say a successful woman of substance, a successful businesswoman who has a very strong value system. How exactly is this going to happen? And so with the new moon eclipse, my feeling is like, obviously it's a time of amazing opportunity to explore and look into new opportunities. But again, those new opportunities mean going way far out of your comfort zone, which can be a little bit scary. On the other hand, with the Fool card here, deep down, I'm sure that you know, chosen by God, that you are guided and you are protected. That's one of the beauties about this card. It's almost like even if you do make a mistake, you're guided and protected, because making the mistake is part of the journey of learning and opening and awareness and growth. Okay? So it's beautiful. It's like, as terrifying as it is to, let's say, acknowledge the eclipse and understand that you are going through an evolutionary gateway that's taking you into a whole new massive landscape of new horizons, where you already have a kind of a destiny map lined up. It's all like, what do they call those things? A vision board. It's almost like you've got a vision board in terms of concepts, but it's terrifying. Like, what does that actually look like in reality? The only way to find out is to go. To leap into the unknown, which for some people is absolutely terrifying, and it's understandable. So, exactly how are we going to deal with this? Well, for certain, it's going to be finding the right people to hang out with. It might be a certain individual. I mean, I don't want to be rude, but like hitching your wagon to something that already works. Let's say you do notice someone or something out there where you resonate very, very deeply in terms of love, perhaps even marriage, where you stumble across somebody who is a really good match for you. And that match becomes your gateway, your opportunity to becoming your fully integrated woman of substance. I know it sounds highly contradictory, but there are certain conditions. If you have a certain type of relationship, which is a very loving type of relationship, which is based on pure love. I'm talking about the kind of love that overrides and precedes and it's above the romance, it's above the passion, it's above the sexuality, it's above the things of like, making babies and families and houses and stuff. It's about love in its purest sense. So the way forward, it might be, for example, every now and again, relationships are formed or blossom or come into being or exist, probably new in your case, which is all about being loving and being loved from the purest perspectives possible, where it isn't about like, how much can I get out of you? How much are you trying to get out of me? Do you want me just for my body? Do you want me just for my money? So on and so on. It's way beyond that. It's just simply very, very pure. I love you. You love me. I am grateful. I am loving. I am loving and I am loved and acknowledge, and I can acknowledge and I can see that from your behavior that you are loving and you are loved. You love me, I love you. I love you, you love me. Remember, love is as love does. So what does that look like? That's a whole other different thing. But in this little tiny mini reading, love is as love does, as we learned from the previous reading. So the way forward is to just continue being who you are. Focus on, hold on, let me go over here. Focus on being you. Literally. I mean, this might sound very counterintuitive, but the more and the more that you focus on being you, taking 100% command, control, and ownership of your life, where you have as much grip on your physical reality as it's possible to have for any female, okay? Especially if it comes to things like money, houses, jobs, career, income, savings, stability, retirement, all of that. You make that your business. Number one, okay? You are number one. And then you start radiating that aura, that kind of energy where you are fully self-contained. being loving, being loved, including yourself. And guess what? It might sound, again, very counterintuitive or bizarre, but you could attract that to you. In other words, where you attract a suitable, compatible companion. You said you're looking over here, confirmation, looking for the right one, agape love, looking for unconditional love, got it, right, where you attract to you that which you radiate. Be loving, be loved. If you want what you really want, which is to have your highest level of integrity, privacy, independence, functionality, money, and resources, be that. Live by example, and just be patient and wait, and then that can be attracted back to you, where you can attract another mate, another partner who respects that. It's like, wow, that is so freaking cool. Like, wow. So we don't have to deal with issues of crippling dependency. That is really, really cool. So, because a lot of relationships are triggered by need and dependency, neediness. What can I get out of you? What are you trying to get out of me? Let me get whatever I can out of you while you try and get whatever you can out of me, and we'll pretend it's something else and we'll call it love. No, that's not what's happening here. The storyline here is that it's very, very important for you, chosen by God, that you live by example and you focus on you taking care of yourself, so that you live by example, so that ultimately, no matter how scary it is, where you're heading into a completely new landscape, simply by living by example, which also is another way of love is as love does. Living by example. If you want to be evil, live by example. If you want to be loving and be loved, live by example. And then guess what happens? No matter how scary it is, no matter where it takes you in terms of love and relationships, eventually, if you keep, basically, literally, mind your own business. I'm not saying that in a rude way. I'm saying that in a very literal way. Mind your own business. That means literally take care of yourself in every way possible. Let me go back over here. Make it your business to study finance. Make it your business to understand money, wealth, long-term security, long-term physical material structures, and what does that look like in your life, in your world, for yourself. Okay? And understand that there's lots of other people who are trying to figure those things out themselves. And it's sometimes very, very complicated, because in the world today, there's astronomical amounts of fraud, hypocrisy, illusion and delusion and theft that goes on in the world of business and finance and material things, especially the world of money. It's an extremely elaborate and very effective fraud that is being perpetrated on humanity by certain elites at the very top. It's time for you to become aware of this and take charge of your finances, your abundance, in such a way that not only are you impervious to their actions and behavior, you actually turn it to your advantage. Ha! Okay? And that is a skill. That is a total, like, you want to screw me over? Watch this. That's what we're talking about here. So then when you get to the next level, you're already radiating the energy of Nine of Pentacles. And then guess what comes back to you through the universal laws of physics. Something very pure and very simple. Ideally, you would attract someone to you who is on a similar path. They're like, wow, hey, you're so cool, chosen by God. You're like, I don't have to take care of you. I don't have to bail out your credit cards, your mortgages. I don't have to, buy you fancy shoes and handbags. You can already completely take care of yourself, so the only reason you would possibly need me is because you like me, and I would enhance your life even further. And by the way, I already take care of my own business anyway, so I don't really need you. So the only reason we could possibly be together is because we like the idea of being together, because it's mutually enhancing, mutually compatible. That's what I'm seeing here. Okay? I hope that makes sense to you, chosen by God. It's so important that you radiate that which you desire, especially if it comes to love and marriage and relationships. If you want certain qualities in love and marriage and relationship, radiate those qualities yourself and watch what comes back to you. If something comes back to you and it's not quite right and it's not refined enough, it's because you haven't sorted out enough of your own business yet. So you keep going, you keep going, you keep going. And the more you sort yourself out, the more you mind your own business, the higher your chances are of attracting something that's really simple, pure, and beneficial to you. Especially when it comes to love. I hope that makes sense. It says here, you were guided to come here tonight. Thank you. Alright, Necessary Truth, you're up. After Necessary, it's Path Traveler. Hope you're all patient. 2 more readings tonight, and then that's it. Necessary Truth, you're up. Path Traveler, you're next. I'm going to shuffle it up, see how we go. I've heard of that expression. I just saw that, chosen by God. Agape love. Alright, here we go. Hello, Necessary Truth. Ha ha ha. I see your stuff on the chats. Here we go. Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. And then we're going to look at the weather for you too. Hold on. Cheers. Open messages from Chris. Alrighty. We can do that. Hey, Necessary. What's the name of the Joker, the funny one? I can't remember all their names. Is Chris the funny one? There's a reason I'm asking. I'll tell you in a second. I'm just going to wait for the chat. Just to give me a second here. So I hope you heard that, Necessary. Is Chris the funny one? I'll tell you in a minute after. I'll just wait for the chat to come through. Okay? Chat amongst yourselves. Can we have a song? Okay. Oh, let me see. Jeanette Valencia Gaber. Okay. Wow, I guess I do have another reading to do. Okay, it's going to be a longer evening than I anticipated. Alright. Okay, I'm just watching the chat at the moment. I'm waiting for Necessary to respond. Necessary has also asked for a song. So I'm going to play a song. And I am going to play a song called The Blue Light. Okay? It's about the auras that we can radiate. And I'm very lucky. Every now and again I get to see the auras of different people. And I was, again, very lucky for several years. I was under the tutelage of a really high-powered yogi. And she would sometimes glow, literally glow. And I could see it. It was like this turquoise radiant aura. So I'm going to play that song because I think I've felt that a lot here tonight about like auric energy and people operating at very high frequencies. Okay? Chris, he's the joy guide. Yep. Okay. Okay, so Necessary, before I go into the reading, I just want to let you know. Jeanette, yes, I will accept your very kind donation. That will be the last reading tonight. I can't take any more after that. So, Jeanette, if you want to, you can donate through Super Chat. It actually takes 30% of your money. If you can donate through the channel, like this, watch. Go to terralumination.com, click the donate page, and click the donate button. You can do a payment processor right there. Okay? Or if you already have PayPal, and you do a lot of things by PayPal, you can just send money, typically 10, 15, 20 bucks or whatever, to a little bookabout at yahoo.com. That's the Terra Illumination direct email. A little bookabout at yahoo.com. So that's another way you can do it. Super Chat is okay too. I'll accept it. Anyway, so let me get back over here. I wanted to say something that I felt from Chris. Yeah, you can come back a bit later. Don't honestly, Jeanette. It's kind of up to you, Jeanette. If you put the donation in now, right now, tonight, you will get your reading tonight. Okay? I will do one more reading. Okay? Right now we're reading for Necessary Truth. After that, it's Path Traveler. And if you want to, put the donation in. I'll check if it comes through. And you can be the last person on the list. Okay? But you have to be patient because these readings seem to be taking me a long time to get through them. I mean, it's only 4 cards, but the storylines get very big very quickly. So I'll keep an eye out on the chat and see what happens. Just let me know. If you do PayPal through the site or email, please let me know and I'll double check it. If you do Super Chat, it will show up right here on the screen. Okay, so Necessary. About Chris, that's not a big deal. I just wanted to let you know, as soon as you kind of came online for the reading, as soon as I moved your post-it note into the pole position, I felt this energy of Chris over my left shoulder. And it was this energy of like, lads. Okay. And I'm just going to act out for you what I felt. Okay? I hope you don't mind. It's like this. Aha! Terra Illumination. thank you so much. It's time for me to shine again. Ha ha ha. So that's what I felt. And then he adjusted a tie. He kind of did that like guy thing. Like guys, like sometimes guys fluff themselves. They'll take their suit jacket or their tie or their shirt and they'll adjust their cufflinks or they'll adjust their tie or they'll, whatever, some little tick kind of behavior. But the message was like, time for me to shine again. In other words, Chris is very proud of being Chris, and he's very proud of being your guide. And he loves being your guide. Right? Right, yeah. Alright, here we go. Alright, let's settle in, folks. Cheers, by the way. Let's have a look here. Alright, so necessary, we've got the cards already laid out. We're going blind, we have no idea what's going to happen. Let's have a look. Judgment. Okay, I'm seeing this as very much to do with the Aquarian vibes right now. It's very, very tough, challenging energy. We have, well, let me show you. We're going to go back to the Astrodoodle. Right now, we have Saturn in Aquarius. Okay? Saturn is putting a lot of pressure on Aquarius. Aquarian people, Aquarian sector of your own chart. Okay? It could be the Aquarian sector of humanity. Either way, Saturn is putting a tremendous amount of pressure. Saturn is retrograde. So it's almost like, imagine being at school and you're in the middle of a very tough exam and you're realizing and you are sweating like, oh my God. Like you're only a third of the way through the exam. You know you've got 2/3 to go and you're already sweating. Like, oh God, oh my God. How am I going to get through this? It's much tougher than anybody imagined or anybody ever told me. Why didn't anybody tell me to begin with when Saturn went into Aquarius that blah 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 was going to happen? Why didn't anybody tell me? Okay, so Saturn is now in Aquarius, deep in it, like whatever it is, 10 degrees or something, and it's retrograde. So already, over the first few months, Saturn is saying, excuse me, it's time, you have to go back and revise and rewind everything that you've already dealt with already regarding the journey of Saturn in Aquarius. And that's just like, what the bleep? What? It's like, how am I expected to handle all of this part of the journey when you're already telling me to go back and rewind and redo all of this part? It's not fair. I don't want to do this. I don't want to deal with this. I want to be released from these tests, these burdens, these challenges. It's almost like the energy. To me, this feels like this part's nothing to do with Chris, and it's and I'm Chris is just giving me a nudge, like, oh my God, thank God you said that, TL, because really, that's nothing to do with me. That's the planets, okay? So, what is happening here? The external influences, the profound energy of truth, reality, is that there is a lot of pressure on you right now, whether you acknowledge it, know it, or admit it, and it's so much pressure that you wish you could just check out, delete, get rid of it. But I don't see it going anywhere. Instead, it's understanding that the only way out is through. Have you heard that expression? I'm sure you have, necessary. The only way out is through. So it's a very strong Saturn theme. It's like Saturn is sitting there and going like, yep. Yeah, it is really tough. And TL just nailed it. There's no shortcuts. You can try to avoid it. You can push it off to another lifetime if you want. But if you want to evolve and grow in this lifetime, sorry, but the only way out is through. So you're going to have to deal with it. Okay? No hard feelings. It's nothing personal. It's just Saturn doing what it does. Okay? Shall we? Let's get on with it. So that's what I'm sensing here for you, necessary. Like, there's a profound desire to, like, press the delete button, the ejector seat. Get out of this. Pretend you're James Bond in the Goldfinger movies or something very, very long ago in the 1960s. It basically, things become too dangerous, so you just press the ejector seat button. And then you escape. But that's not allowed here. The only way out is through. Ooh, that's one of the lines from one of my songs, I Surrender. Only way out is through. Do. I surrender. I surrender. Blah 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 blah. Anyway, so that's what we're talking about here. Now let's get on with the reading itself. Here we go. All right, Chris, come on. What's the situation? Okay, so with the five of Pentacles. Okay, it's actually with the Five of Pentacles. What I'm sensing here for you, necessary, is that you are experiencing what it's like to feel impoverished in the world of love and relationship. And this happens in every circumstance of love and relationship, because you can't have one without the other. And it's like in the world of genuine relationship, it's on the understanding that when you relate with so-and-so in the honest and genuine and the fullest way possible, you are accepting them in all their wonders and gifts and abilities, and all their impediments, curses, and burdens that you could feel for yourself. Okay? And it's also vice versa. Whoever's relating with you, they're having to deal with the wonders of necessary truth. All the gifts and talents and resources that you have to share within your life. And at the same time, having to deal with all your incompetence, your disabilities, your fragilities, your weaknesses, your impoverishment. It looks like it's a mutual thing here. Now, of course, in a lot of relationships, a lot of people, all they want is the good stuff. Just give me the good stuff. I just want passion, love, money, fun, security, homes, finance, growth, ever-increasing wonders, and it just gets better and better and better. I don't want all the crappy stuff about having to deal with your headaches or your problems or your grief or your misery. I don't want to have to go pushing you around in a wheelchair. All I want to know is that when I need a wheelchair and I need to be pushed around, you'll take care of me. But I don't want to do that with you. So that's the problem with relationships. Like, I want it all one way. But sometimes on the shadow side of relationships, it's like there's an understanding. Like, each of us is crippled in some way. Each of us is gifted and benevolent and wealthy in some ways. And that is true for all relationships. Even in the relationships that... For example, look at Mr. Gates. Okay? This multi-billionaire fellow, married for years, 3 perfect little children who are now adults and thriving, I'm sure. And then he's getting divorced by the missus. Because the realities for the Mr. and Mrs. Hold on, Chris is talking. Okay, sorry, hold on. Okay, necessary. Chris was just giving me a hint like, yes, this is exactly what I was trying to say. In fact, you're saying it better than I could have said it myself. Thank you so much, Terra Lumination. She has to hear this stuff. Thank you so much. Okay, I just wanted to insert that little clip there for you, Necessary Truth, because I sensed that over here. Alright, so... yeah. So, dear Necessary Truth, it's like I'm getting this deep sigh of relief over here from Chris. As though it's like, thank you so much, Terra Illumination. I'm glad I didn't have to be like standing next to Necessary Truth 24/7 trying to deliver this message. It's so much easier when you do this, and I can be Chris. I can be the awesome Chris, and it's like, seriously, thank you, TL. It's a very horrible message to have to deliver to Necessary Truth, because I like to have fun. I like to be happy. I don't want to deliver painful messages, so thank you. Okay, so that's that message over here. Okay, so what are the challenges? Hold on. Jeanette, I saw that. I got it saw it off the side of my vision here. Donated. Okay, so that's it. No more readings tonight. That's it. That's it, people. Jeanette, I'm just going to put... I'm going to do the whole thing. Jeanette. Valencia Gaber. That's it. No more readings after that. That's it for tonight. Thank you very much, Jeanette. Cheers. Alright, so Chris is telling me that he likes working through me to help you. It makes his job easier. It isn't always that way, because it's like you're already great as a team together, but every now and again it helps to have one of these events. What's the problem here? Is it just the beginning, or is it the end? When will I see you again? When will I see you again? So, Necessary Truth. With the World card here, I'm sensing that there's this deep fear, like, my God, is it really the end of whatever we're talking about here? I don't know, a relationship? So, the problem is like, should I end this? Is it ended already? What happens if I end this? What happens with the new... What does the new movie look like? Okay? And this, because with the World card, it's very much to do here with realization like, oh my God, this show is over. Or a big question mark. Is this show over? Is the show over? Which is fine. Let's just say it's not over. Then what are we going to do now? Oh my God, I have no idea. Let's just say the show is over. Then you're still left with the question, what the bleep am I going to do now? Oh no, oh no, oh no. So it looks to me like you're dealing with like two scenarios. To me it feels like the fear, to me it feels very much to do with deep fear, like a deep fear that this show is not over. Even though you might not want to deal with this show anymore, even though there might be some very painful, difficult, challenging dynamics in relationships, the show is not over. On the other hand, it might be that you're dealing with deep, profound changes in relationships and dynamics, and you're deep seeking evolutionary leaps and freedom into the unknown, and realizing like, wow, maybe it is over. And then I'm looking into a vacuum of almost like nothingness. It's almost like both scenarios are just as scary as each other. What happens if the show is not over and I have to endure with a lot more energy to do with Saturn, the testings and the learnings and the lessons of Saturn? What is that going to look like? How much longer is this going to go on? And at the same time, like, oh my God, what happens if it is over? What does that new vacuum look like? Both scenarios are scary. Okay, let's keep going. How are we going to deal with this? Okay, accept the pain. You accept the tragedy. You accept the loss. If there is some kind of betrayal, deception, lies, let's say trickery, manipulation, it could be retaliation. Sometimes these things happen in relationships when a relationship has reached a point where the only option is to, like, I don't know how to say it, face the pain, deal with the pain in the moment. I'm going to share an example. If you don't mind, Chris, do you mind if I share a personal example? Okay, no, we're not going to do that. Okay, so with the Three of Swords here, okay, I'm trying to acknowledge Chris's energy, but I'm also trying to acknowledge the feelings that I'm sensing from Chris regarding this reading, and it's a reaffirmation that this is a really uncomfortable, very awkward, really kind of like, I wish I didn't have to do this kind of reading. So the way forward, it's very, very important to understand and recognize and acknowledge any kind of pain, suffering, betrayal, lies, deception, manipulation, tragedy, vindictiveness, retaliation, vengeance, pain being exchanged in love and relationships as the only way to function. Okay? So, let me do something a little bit less personal. So, sometimes you can get to a point where the best thing to do is just blow your fuses. Allow someone else to blow their fuses. Give yourself permission to blow your fuses. And just get back to clarity. It's not something you want to do as a standard everyday business model, but sometimes things in life and love relationship get to a point where neither side of a relationship dynamic, okay, I'm looking at the Five of Pentacles here, neither side of the relationship dynamic wants to acknowledge the fragilities and pain and the suffering of the other. You don't want to see your pain and suffering and fragilities and weaknesses reflected back to you from another. And that other does not want to see their pain, fragilities, and weaknesses reflected back to them. And it becomes very hostile. And then hostility is expressed. And then hostility is expressed in return. And then hostility becomes combustible where the fuses blow. It's like, okay? That's what I'm sensing here with the Three of Swords. I think it would be a very healthy thing to do, to acknowledge directly to yourself the degree of challenge, the degree of pain and suffering that is actually happening, as opposed to trying to paper it over or pretend it's not happening, or trying to skirt it and get around it and to act in ways that makes everybody feel that we are noble and gracious and loving and caring, when in fact there could be a lot of really suppressed anger, bitterness, resentment, very deeply buried, unresolved wounds that you carry within yourself and that other people carry in them, and the only way they can be dealt with is by going through the landmines of unresolved, unhealed, unattended wounds. Okay? Typical tarot illumination stuff. You got to reveal it to heal it. Sometimes you only get to the points of revealing when the fuses blow and everything just kind of goes, oh, that was horrible. Horrible experience for you, horrible experience for others. On the other hand, there's a reason why fuses exist. It's to stop permanent destruction. For example, if you look at a fuse as a protective system between this energy and that energy, right? If you did not have a fuse, just imagine if you were completely 100% hardwired between yourself and another, yourself and others, in certain ways that there's no way to stop the ebb and flow of the negative energies that exist in relationship dynamics. The same energy of benevolent energies that flow in relationships happens on the same pipeline. The problem is in relationships that the energy goes up and down, it flows. It's not always perfect. It's not always horrible. But sometimes, like if you had a direct connection permanent, it would be an indication. It would probably show in the charts where it's very, very difficult to have a fuse system built into the relationship. And things in that situation can get very ugly. In other words, the worse things get, the worse things get. To the point where it's the ultimate of the worst. Like violence and complete destruction of one to another, another to the one, and so on. So, if you're in a situation where you realize that a fuse is about to blow or fuses are blowing, allow them to blow. Okay? Basically, fuses are safety mechanisms so that you don't get to the point where this energy meets this energy and it just explodes and melts into just a complete, what's the meltdown word for nebula? Supernova. Goes supernova. You don't want to go supernova. Okay? The Saturn energy is almost like saying necessary truth. You do not want to go supernova. You do not want to go supernova on others. You do not want to allow others to go supernova on you. The way to protect yourself from going supernova or being subjected to supernova is to allow the fuses to blow. It's a very undignified, very unpleasant, very scary, shameful, and embarrassing experience when the fuses blow. But it is a safety mechanism, okay? So I hope that helps. If you're at a situation where you're close to fuses or blowing and you're scared of what that looks like on the other side, don't be scared. Allow the fuses to blow. Allow the pain and suffering to reveal itself. Allow the truth to be revealed. This is not a cups card. Okay, this is not love in that sense, even though there's a heart here. This is very much in the mind, intellectual, in terms of thoughts, concepts, and beliefs, communications. So, the way forward is to understand that you're very close to fuses blowing, in which case, allow the fuses to blow, because that could be the most loving, healing thing at this moment in time. It might not be comfortable, it might not be fun, but again, there's another way to look at it. Be grateful that whether you like it or know it or not, you might be one of these people who's lucky to have a natural fuse built into life and love and relationship. In other words, you are guided, you are protected to the point where, if necessary, the fuses will blow, or allow the fuses to blow. Because, again, another story, let me tell you this. Some people are very much aware of what we're talking about here, but they are so terrified of the energy field and the concept of fuses blowing, because it could backfire on them. Like, how does that make me look? Like I'm an evil, bad person? My fuses blew? I started to go berserk on you, or you started to go berserk on me, and everything just went catastrophic. So people stop that, and they continue to try to put a smile on everything all the time, and what they're trying to do is override the fuse. Have you ever seen that? I have seen that, where people basically take out the fuse inside the fuse box, and the fuse is a specific little thing that is designed to pop and blow when the pressure levels get too high. But some people say, screw that, I'm going to override the fuse, and they take a big old piece of steel nail and they connect it between this side and this side, so effectively there is no fuse anymore. They deliberately override the fuse, and guess what? That is a recipe for disaster. That means the whole, if and when you get to the point where it's supposed to be that the fuses blow, but the fuses don't blow, then what happens is you get a massive surge of energy where the whole freaking system melts down. That's how houses burn down. Okay, look at an old house. Look at the fuse box. If you see a nail inside the main fuse, you can guarantee that somebody has decided, I can't be bothered to replace the fuse. I'm just going to stick a nail in there. I don't care what happens. That's a guarantee for your house to burn down. I hope that story made sense to you, necessary. Path Traveler, you're up. And after Path, we've got Jeanette. Okay, if you gotta go, Chosen, you gotta go. Don't worry. We'll hang out again another time. Hello, Starsy. I see you. Path, you're up. And then we have Jeanette. That's the last reading of the night, okay? No more readings. Path, and then Jeanette. Let's do this. Cheers, Path. Thank you. Now, Everything's well shuffled, so let's go for it. Here's the situation. Here's how we're gonna, here's the challenges. And here's how we're gonna handle it. Okay, let's see what comes up here. So we have the Seven of Swords. Obviously be careful. Not only is this an energy field that needs to be, let's say, understood, it needs to be acknowledged. So Path, you're already super hyper aware. Hold on. Hey, there's a secondary reading going on there in the chat, so you guys take care of that yourselves, okay? I'm going to keep moving with Path Traveler. So with the Seven of Swords here, Path, what I'm sensing here is that this is like a red alert. This is like, if you imagine your car, I know you have a car, so if imagine your car and you start to see the red engine light flashing, ding, ding, service your engine soon, service your car soon, okay? We might not know the details of what's not working or why it's not working, but it's important to understand that with all these retrogrades coming up right now, I'm not just talking about June, but I'm talking about July, August, and September. There's going to be a tremendous amount of manipulation of communications going on across planet Earth, okay? The whole of humanity is going to be subjected to a massive retrograde experience as humanity goes through a learning phase about what happens when humanity is lied to on a global level. What happens to humanity when the individual is disregarded and exploited by the elites? What happens when we the people, the commoners, the little people, are abused and screwed over and manipulated by the elites? What happens when raw power is exploited purely for the sake of self-serving goals? Especially if it includes violent means to an end. Okay? So what I'm feeling for you, Path, is that over the next few months, you're going to be really exposed to what's happening to humanity on a global scale. You're going to be witnessing the depths of depravity, betrayal, lies, deception, abuse, violence, evil that is perpetrated by certain human beings onto other human beings. Typically a very small number of human beings onto a very large number of other human beings. And you're going to be a witness to this, and you're going to live through it. I'm already aware of this, so it's not a shock to me. But my feeling is that it's going to be extremely disturbing for you as you come to the awareness about how truly evil humanity is capable of being. It's going to be mind-boggling. Now, if you take it personally, of course, it's going to be extremely painful. But what I'm sensing here with the Seven of Swords is that you're going to be surrounded by this as though you are living in a reality, like a false reality, or like living in one of those virtual reality games where it's going to feel so real that you're going to take it personally. But it's not personal, okay, Path? It's not personal. What you are doing is you are witnessing the squalor and depravity of humanity, certain tiny fractions of humanity, towards the masses of humanity. And you might feel some of that personally yourself, but to me it feels like it's more like a movie that you're going to be observing, and it's going to be very, very disturbing. But it's not for you to be disturbed. It's for you to observe and understand, and then to learn and grow like, oh my God, if it really is that bad, what are you going to do? How are you going to protect and defend yourself against such evil, such deception, such betrayal? Even though there might be a smile on it all. What's the situation itself? Okay, so with the Nine of Wands here, it might feel like you're already doing everything you can to face up to these realities. Because it feels to me like whether you like it or know it or not, you are so vividly aware of the energy of the Seven of Swords that it's almost overwhelming. You can handle it. There's no question you can handle it. But I think you're at this point in your own personal life, your own personal evolution, where you're coming to a shocking realization of the sheer scale and volume of human depravity that exists. And then wondering, how on earth are we the people going to live through this? How am I personally going to live through this? Love Triber just put a point out there. Observe, not absorb. That's profound, okay? That is very profound, Love Triber. Thank you. Thank you so much. You're going to be okay, Path. But it's taking you to the extremes of understanding humanity. Like, my God, I already knew that humanity is capable of the most despicable things, but I never knew it existed at such a massive scale. That is just like disgusting. But like Love Triber is saying, observe, not absorb. Don't take it personally. What's the problem here? You are taking it personally. You're taking it upon yourself as though it is personal, as though all the depravity and the evil, the deception, the betrayals, the lies, the deception, the evil is being perpetrated upon you personally. It's almost like you are taking on the pain of humanity, the pain of civilization, as though it is your pain. Obviously, you can't do that. You cannot absorb the pain of the planet. You cannot absorb the pain of humanity. It's not your job. It's not your duty. It's not your responsibility. And yet you are feeling it as though it is yours. Yes, it is extremely painful. Okay? I know you sense this, Path. It's just like, how can people do this to other people? How can one group of people do that to another group of people to the extent of evil and depravity that they're doing? It's unimaginable. It's so evil, it's unimaginable. It's like the realization of the extent of evil. It's like you're taking it personally. It's like it's not yours to carry, okay, Pat? It might feel like it is, and it could be extremely overwhelming. It could be crippling. It could be literally debilitating, because it is so shocking, so disgusting, so painful that it defies any any kind of understanding, especially if you are loving and you are loved, which is how you are by nature. So that amplifies the pain and the suffering even more. I hope this makes sense to you, okay? So how are we going to deal with this? I think this is very much to do with what Love Triber just said. Observe, not absorb. So with the 10 of Cups here, it's really about finding your own people, find your own tribe, collect, condense, literally create that sense of home and family, and forget about all of this. Literally, it's almost like, to me it feels like a complete detachment from mass consciousness. Still being aware of the mass consciousness, like being tuned in and aware of it, like you would watch a weather channel, but creating a new life and a new world that works for you. Harmony, family, home, people who are loving, people you love, people who love you, and literally screw the rest of the planet. Okay? Now, this state of abundance cannot be achieved without your awareness about the squalor that's going on here. A lot of people, I think, they believe that they can function in squalor. You can't. So my feeling is that with the 10 of Cups here, it's literally about being very selective and exclusive with who you share your life and your time and your energy and your resources and your love. And you come at life from the perspective of family, which is kind of how you operate on already. You are very loving, you are very loved, but we have to take it to the next level, to the point where, like, okay, thanks, great, TL, I understand what you're talking about, but we have to go to the next level where it has to be fully consolidated to the point where, yeah, I am loving, I am loved. I know how to be loving, I know how to be loved. I understand love is as love does. But as tragic as it is, you do not waste any more time or energy or love. Remember, love is a resource. Love can be depleted. You can deplete that energy. It's not allowed anymore. You're not allowed to deplete yourself anymore in terms of global suffering, global pain. What counts now is understanding that this squalor is going to continue anyway. Question is, with or without you? The answer is without you. And you move forward. It's like you create your own bubble, your own life, your own world, where universal truth, universal laws still exist and still function. It might take work. It might take having to deal with the constant awareness that there is so much else out there that is sick and squalid and disgusting. So in other words, you're not going to take this for granted. It's understanding that the only way forward is to literally sort of hang in with what Love Triber is talking about. It's like war. It's like being in a time of war. Literally, I see the energy of war here. Sometimes during periods of war, human beings have to do really, really tough decisions where you realize, like, this is not part of me, I'm not part of this. I have to completely remove myself and detach myself, protect and defend. Protect my privacy, my money, my family, my loved ones. And whatever happens out there, that's their problem. Okay? And it will be very, very ugly. It's going to get really, really ugly out there. But we're at the point where it's not your problem anymore, Path. What counts now is this. It's this. Okay? It's the same formula, like be loving, being loved, but do not squander your resources, time, energy, love on anyone or anything that is not worthy. It's just not worth it. You're just pouring love down a drain if you go that path. The only thing that counts now is it's like being loving, being loved, and reinvesting only with environments, situations, people, belief systems, locations, resources in a way that's mutually beneficial. Okay? Find your tribe, stick with your tribe, be that way. It means being very selective, and you do not take on the energy of the masses. You do not allow yourself to carry the energy of the collective. It's not acceptable. No more of that. It's okay to observe, like Love Tribe was saying, observe, but do not absorb. Observe, because through the observation, that gives you lessons and teachings about what you need to do to maintain your integrity, so that you are not sucked in or you're not absorbed by that stuff. That evil energy that's out there, it's so big and it is so powerful and it is so toxic that anyone and everyone on the planet is vulnerable in some way. You are too. So it's time to realize, wow, I have to activate my immune systems. They're already working well, but it's time to tune into that and be the supporter of your own immune system. Literally, close doors, close hatches. Delete people, delete energy. Do complete energy shielding, complete utter energy shielding, where you are literally invisible to the evil. You don't even allow leakage where the evil can detect you, because you are observing. I mean, it's that extreme. I know what this energy is like. Okay, Path, I understand that. So you have to be very careful. We can work on this down the road long term. But right now, I hope you understand. It's about stick with the love energy that does work, okay? And allow everything else to fall apart. Allow the evil to do what it does, because you can't stop it. Right now, it's literally about protect and defend here, okay? You're fine. And believe me, already, Path, you have a lot of people on your side. You're already tuned in with people who operate at this frequency. But we have to take it to the next level where it's very personal now. This is very impersonal. This is very personal. Because to survive long term, we need relationships that are mutually beneficial, mutually loving. We love you, you love us kind of energy, okay? That's how you survive this here. This is real. To me, this looks like real evil. Okay? All right, Jeanette, you're up. Your fishbowl. I saw that. I see that, Path. Thank you. Your fishbowl. Jeanette? Hello? I have to keep shuffling, okay, Jeanette? Sorry, I don't do jumpers and flyers and things like that. Alright, here we go. Cheers. Jeanette, hello. Hold on, I need multiple beverages. I see you on the screen. Hello, Jeanette. Cheers. Hey Jeanette, if you don't mind, I'd rather just do a blind reading. If you even if you have certain issues in mind right now, it would certainly. We've been doing blind readings all night. I'd love to just keep going in that genre. Okay. Cards are well shuffled. I want to go again, just for the last second, for my own peace of mind, but also for your peace of mind, because it's very important to have a very, very clean deck, a very clear deck. All right, Jeanette, here we go. So what kind of messages do we have for Jeanette here tonight on the Sunday Night Live Tarot Illumination live readings event? Here's the situation. Here's the challenges. Here's how we're going to handle it. In a moment, we're going to look at the weather conditions. I see this as the influence of planets, external energy, circumstantial energy. It's not necessarily yours, but it's out there, so it does impact with you. You relate with this energy relates with you. This is very personal, this is very impersonal. So we have the Page of Swords. Okay. What I'm sensing already, Jeanette, is that you're in a very kind of awkward position where, whether you like it or not, you're going to have to deal with facts, truth, and information no matter what, okay? I'm going to relate this to the eclipse, okay, Jeanette, because the swords are very much to do with communications, and the Gemini new moon eclipse along the lines of the North Node is very much about communications, straightforward communications, honesty versus lies, okay? So as you will see here, this Gemini new moon eclipse is in a very heavy, hard square with Neptune in Pisces. So we're dealing with the energy of fraud, lies, betrayal, deception at the highest levels, where truth seems false and falsehood seems real. And it becomes very, very hard to decide which is which. And then you have nowhere to go except yourself to understand. Because, like, with the new moon eclipse and the North Node in Gemini, what we need for the Earth, for humanity, is simple truth. That's it. Simple truth and communication. Hello, 2 and 2 makes 4. If you are being told or conditioned to believe that 2 and 2 makes 5, because it works for the people who are telling you that 2 and 2 makes 5, then you have to realize that. The people who are telling you that 2 and 2 makes 5, whether it's a lover, a spouse, a parent, a belief system, a church, a religion, a job, friends, family, whatever it is, if they are conducting themselves and relating to you in such a way that it's obvious 2 and 2 is 5. It's time for you to recognize and realize that, I'm sorry, it's not really how it works. In terms of universal law, universal truth, 2 and 2 makes 4. But that's very, very difficult to do with this energy of deception. Wherever Neptune lies, there's the wonders of Neptune, which is the purest form of love, detachment of unconditional love, the energy of connecting to love at the universal level. And of course, at that level of idealism, guess what the flip side is? It's squalor, filth, lies, betrayal, deception, theft, perversion, abuse, just the most depraved aspects of humanity. So you're dealing with that right now. With the Page of Swords, to me, it feels like, Jeanette, it is time for you to call it out. The problem with the Page of Swords, it's like whistleblower energy. If you're at a point in your life, you're in your world, your relationships, your family, your relationship, anybody, a particular individual, or just the collective, the life in the world around you, if you're at a position where you're realizing like, oh my God, I am surrounded by BS, that is BULLSHIT, I can't take it anymore, I have to call it out. If you're surrounded by this sacred geometry, which is forcing you, pushing you into a position where you have no choice going forward in life except to call out the truth. Like being a whistleblower on yourself, being a whistleblower on your reality, your life, your world, and relationships, and just calling it out and basically saying, you know what, people, you know what, I might have been born, raised, or conditioned this way, but I've now realized that there's a lot of bogus bullshit going on over here, and I am starting to realize that truth is actually this as opposed to that. And now I'm in the awkward position where the eclipses, I would say that the eclipses, well, this eclipse, you might have got a glimpse of it a couple of weeks ago when the moon was in Sagittarius over here, where you started to realize, whoa, there's something really screwed up going on here on planet Earth, where the whole of planet Earth is being pummeled by liars and thieves and scam artists and fake information, fake news, fake media, fake people, fake relationships, fake concepts, fake beliefs. And now you're realizing, oh my God, it's true. And now with the new moon, Gemini eclipse, North Node, Gemini, what am I going to do about that? Holy bleep, I have to call it out. I have to admit to myself, I have to call it out to the world like, oh my God, I am surrounded by bullshit people, bullshit ideas, bullshit concepts. I have to call it out. Okay? Now that's totally impersonal. Calling it out, though, you probably know, Jeanette, when you call out the truth, sometimes it's very easy for you to become very unpopular. Because the people who benefit from lies and fraud, deception, betrayal, and theft, they don't like it when somebody calls out the truth on them. What's the situation itself? Okay, with the Ten of Wands here, to me it makes me feel as though, Jeanette, you've reached the limits of what you can handle anymore. It's like you're doing your best to survive and be nice and be responsible and do whatever has to be done to be a good person, to live your life, but it's getting to the point where it doesn't make any sense anymore. Your back is breaking and it's not even worth it. It's futile, because what's the point in reaping all this harvest and wonders when your back is broken? It doesn't make sense anymore. Okay? That's a big problem. What's I mean, this is a problem in itself, okay? I'm hoping what this means is that you realize you are at a breaking point. You have to admit it to yourself. Jeanette, I am at a breaking point where I have to admit to myself that I am no longer capable of carrying the bullshit as though the bullshit is real. Okay? You can't do that anymore. It's an act. It's very self-destructive. Okay? So what's the problem here? Okay, it looks like you don't know where to go or what to do or how to deal with it. It's like there are no direct solutions. There are no answers. It might make you feel as though in life and love and relationships, all is lost. It doesn't matter. It's like I'm doomed anyway. Well, in other words, it's almost like, Jeanette, it's almost like you're screaming and saying like, TL, I have to keep going. You don't understand, Tarot Illumination. I have to keep going, otherwise my life or world will fall apart. And then, deep down, there is this fear that you know that, oh my God, if I do keep going, it is self-destructive. That is insanity. It's literally insanity to keep going and doing things that are not working in order to kind of comply and go along with the collective of humanity, even though it's ultimately self-destructive. So with the Seven of Cups here, it's almost like you might be so frightened that there is no solution. So I have to keep going. Tarot Illumination, you don't understand. You don't understand. I have to keep going. I have to keep going. You don't understand. If I choose to live in truth, if I call out the truth, if I admit to the fact that things aren't working anymore, I will end up in a place of chaos, oblivion, insanity. And that's like the fear of the unknown. I'm so scared of going berserk, going insane, that I will lose myself. I will literally, and it's almost like, Jeanette, you're saying to yourself, like, at least I have a purpose here. At least I know where I stand here. I am carrying burdens. I'm doing what I feel I have to do in order to live my life. And I don't care if anybody tells me that it's ultimately a dead end and I'm going to break my own back in the process. So when I see the Seven of Cups here, it's a deep fear, a deep, deep fear that you will literally go insane literally insane if you don't keep going. And these are very, very counterproductive energies here. It's understandable. A lot of people are terrified of the unknown because they don't know what's there. The fear of the unknown is astronomical for most people. But for you, it might be to the extremes. Like, well, what am I supposed to do? How am I supposed to discover who I really am? How am I supposed to uncover the mysteries that I need to know about? How am I going to discover love? How am I going to understand sharing or compassion? How am I going to understand what actually works in life? How am I ever going to bring my dreams into reality? I have a right. I have dreams and wishes and inspirations like anyone else. What happens if that never happens? That's terrifying. Okay, so Jeanette, what I'm sensing here is that you're terrified that you have been betrayed and that you will be betrayed and that you know that you will be betrayed, but you have convinced yourself, if I just keep going, then everything will be okay. But deep down you know that's not true. But the way you deal with it is by pretending it is true. And that is very tragic. Okay? So there's a way to do it. In other words, you cannot solve your problems. You cannot solve this pain. You cannot solve these issues by drink, drugs, alcohol, indulgences of any kind, or through lies, or through any kind of self-betrayal. It's not going to work. You've reached a point of no return where you realize, oh my God, this is it. This is it. How are we going to deal with this going forward? Okay. What I'm sensing, Jeanette, is that if you have any habits, this is the Temperance card. It's very much about healing. Jeanette, if you have any habits that you lean on as a process of healing, which allows you to keep going even under maximum stress, you've reached a point of it doesn't work anymore. For example, here's an obvious example. If you like to smoke marijuana, if you like to drink a lot of alcohol, if you have friends or family who are addicts or junkies or alcoholics, if you're addicted to certain kind of, like, I don't know, yoga cults or diets or some kind of fake system that will save your life, like fake gurus, fake yoga practices, fake belief systems, and you're starting to realize it doesn't work anymore. Like if you like, let's say that you like to smoke or drink or do anything that helps you deal with your pain, rather than have to deal with the truth and call it out, you've reached a point where it's not acceptable anymore. Okay? I don't know what it is. If you've reached a point where you feel like you're going insane, you're feeling suicidal, you're feeling like it's the end of the world, there's no hope for me at all, please take this reading as an awakening. You have to reveal it to heal it. If you have reached the end of the road, the end of the line, it's time to acknowledge that, because then you can reveal it to heal it. If you continue to pretend that you can keep going the way you are, then you are delusional. You're deluding yourself. It's like taking more and more booze, alcohol, morphine, Valium, antidepressants, self-coaching, self-improvement classes to infinity to convince yourself that everything's going to be okay when it's not. Instead, right now, what we need is a massive healing event where you basically give yourself permission to implode. Give yourself permission to say to yourself, I can't take it anymore. Dear God, dear guardian angels, dear spirit guides, dear invisible friends from the other side, help me to give up my mission to keep going. Please help me to live in truth. Please help me to admit to myself, to call out the truth to myself, that I can't take it anymore and that I need healing. Please help me, God willing, please help me and I'll be okay. When you get to that point, no matter how painful it is, then that's like a gateway that opens. Reveal it to heal it. When you ask your invisible friends, please help me to find healing, then they will respond. But it looks like you have done a very good job of avoiding getting to this point, because nobody wants to reveal it to heal it. Nobody wants to admit that they're in pain, that they need healing, and that they are suffering, because then it means you have to admit it, which means you have to feel it. Okay, so you have to reveal it to heal it. You have to feel it to heal it. And some people are extremely good at masking their own pain. You might be a very good example, okay? You're talking about depression, okay? Let's just admit it. If you admit that you suffer depression, that you suffer extreme depression, if you suffer things like suicidal depression, admit it, okay? Once you admit it, then you open the door for healing. You've got to reveal it to heal it. And then healing has a chance to occur in your life. This is a very powerful card of healing. Healing is coming to you, Jeanette, okay? Healing is coming your way. Some way, sometime, somehow. I think with the eclipses and with this little mini reading, it's an acknowledgement that you can't go on the way things are anymore, okay? If you're honest with yourself, if you do the whistleblower on yourself, if you call out the truth to yourself and you admit to yourself, I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. I can't take it anymore. Please help me. Please heal me. I ask for the healing power of love to fill my body, mind, heart, and soul from up above. I am ready to receive the healing power of love. You have to say that to yourself, okay? Do you understand? If you want to, you can say it with me. Dear spirit guides, dear invisible friends, dear loved ones from the great beyond, I am ready. Now is the time, starting from this new moon Gemini eclipse. I am ready, willing, and able. I am worthy, I am deserving. I am open to receive the healing power of love. Say that to yourself and then watch what happens. Okay? If you need a one-on-one thing, Jeanette, we can do that. Go to tarotlumination.com. We can arrange a private thing. It's all Zoom. We can talk about it in detail, whatever, it doesn't matter. Yes, it's a lot more expensive than this, but it might be worth it. It's up to you. So, yeah. Healing is on the way. Okay, Jeanette? But maybe it just took this little mini reading to wake up. You can't take it anymore. Admit it to yourself. Wake up. I can't take it anymore. You can't take it anymore. The only option is healing. You have to reveal it to heal it. We are now revealing here in public that you are beyond whatever you did to delude yourself that you could cope. You have gone beyond that point, okay? It's now time to invite the healing power of love into your life from up above. Thank you very much. Okay, that's your reading. I hope it helps. Okay, so here's a classic example. Jeanette, you're already taking 4 antidepressants. Okay, I've worked with people who are... I don't want to go into a long story about health and healing when it comes to extreme depression, okay? But there is a way to deal with this. Believe me, trust me, that healing is on the way. It doesn't mean you're going to just suddenly say goodbye to all your antidepressants. But what it does mean is that you are facing up to the reality that you are in a lot of pain and that you are living in a way to cope with the pain that requires taking 4 antidepressants. Let's call it out. The truth is that you know that this is not a sustainable pathway. Instead, we have to find a better pathway to healing. We can do this, okay? Thank you, Jeanette. Thank you for being brave enough to come on here on this show and share this reading with everybody. Thank you, Jeanette. Okay? That's the end of the show, people. I can't really handle anymore. We've been here almost 4 hours, okay? So let's wrap it up. I'm going to play a song called I Am Healing, okay? So where is it? Come on. Here it is. Here we go. Hold on, I'm trying to find another song. It's called Fighting Well. It's about your immune system. Let me see if I can find it. It doesn't want to behave. I have a really good computer, but it's not good enough. It can't really cope with the amount of pressure I put it through. I have a song called Fighting Well. It's about your immune system and how to fight extreme biological, physical, healthcare challenges when you're facing death, especially. It's not working. Okay? So, I'm sorry, but what can I do? How can I get around this? Uh, how can I deal with this? The songs just aren't coming up. It's just like, it might be the weather. I don't think it's the weather. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's Mercury retrograde, but it's, my computer is struggling. I have a really good computer, but I work this computer very hard when I do these shows because of the way that I do them. Let me see if I can find something here. Alright, we're going to wrap it up now. Sorry I didn't have a chance to connect with everybody. Hello Diana, I just saw you arriving. The show's actually just ended. So, thanks for popping in. And hold on. There we go. Like I said, I have a really good computer, but the way I do things here, it puts a lot of pressure on the computer. So I'm hoping one day I can get a really, really primo computer, and I won't have to deal with these bizarre glitches. Okay, Mr. Ross. Right, Mr. Ross, the show's over. You're in Florida? FLA? Louisiana? You're in flight? What's going on, Mr. Ross? Hello, Diana. Thank you, everybody. Karen just showed up. Oh, there. Maybe actually you showed up earlier, didn't you? It says beautiful. Turning up the music, healing vibes. Okay, so normally I would have disappeared by now, but suddenly Diana showed up and Gregory showed up, and I'm saying hello to Karen again. Love Driver thought I was going to pull a book down from the shelf. No, not really. It's time to wrap it up, okay? So please prepare yourselves for this new moon. Basically, allow it to happen. Please just allow this thing to happen. Let me go over to this stage again. This is for everybody. Okay, in a few days, we're going to have this really significant Gemini new moon eclipse on the North Node. There's a huge emphasis on what is fake and what is real in your life. What is true, what is false, what is honest, what is lies. Okay? Only you know. I've done a lot of work already, so I know what's real and what's not real in my world. But I still have more to learn. But there are billions and billions of people on this planet who are not aware yet. Okay? And so this could be a very shocking awareness when people realize on a global collective scale about how much fraud, deception, betrayal, lies, theft is being perpetrated onto humanity. We are being tested. Humanity means everyone. That means the elites, and that means the masses. All of us are being tested. Good night, everybody. I'm going to try to exit again a little more gracefully. Hello, Ivona. I'm going to play a song called Wonder Ride, if it'll come up. Hold on. Oh man, what is the problem here? Let's try this. No, that's not it. Oh God. None of this is working. Oh, I don't know why. It's everything coming up but what I need and what I want. We've done this before many times, but we've reached the limits here. Okay, so I'm going to gracefully just disappear. I hope you don't mind, everybody. Good night.